In mine, the word simpliciter here, does it just imply all cases of information? Is that what's meant by simpliciter?
Yes, I'm quantifying over all information. I'm saying it has information, has a subjective property, has a property of being subjective.
That's false.
Well, I just reject that simpliciter notion, right? I think that there are different kinds of information, and some of them follow this premise, and some of them don't follow this premise.
Okay. You can give me a definition of information which you think captures objective source of information.
Well, if I had a hard drive and I had 10 gigabytes of
I didn't
information
ask
on the
you to
hard
give me an
drive,
example. I asked you to give me a definition.
Information. What is conveyed
definition,
or represented by a particular arrangement of sequence of things? That's one definition.
Okay. We can examine whether that's subjective or objective. Okay. So I'll give you an example. So the definition you gave is some sort of sequence which represents. Sorry, you said represents something else.
Yeah, another information definition is facts, data, or instructions in any medium or form.
Okay.
Both
Let's
of
just
those
go.
definitions are not mind dependent. It does not require mind for that information to exist.
Okay. Let's just go with the first definition. The first definition is you have some sort of a symbol or a mark or a pattern which represents something else. Okay. I'll give you an example. Let's say you make a vertical chalk mark on a board. Now you tell me whether that represents the number 1, whether it represents the letter I, or whether it represents the sun, the word sun in Chinese, or
So
represents
bad, bro.
nothing.
It obviously depends on context. Agamemnon.
Yeah. So what you're
If I
telling me
say
is
the
representation
bit
depends
of
on the subject.
information, the sun is mainly made of hydrogen and helium. That is not subjective. Information is not necessarily subjective. You're dumb, bro.
Okay. So wait. So now you're considering representation is subjective. So the first definition is subjective. Okay, let's move on to the second definition. Sorry, what was the second
No, we're not
definition?
gonna
You're
wait. You
so.
can't do that. That's not a move we're gonna.
What didn't CM just say it depends who the subject is, who the interpreter is?
No.
Yeah, no, it's not what CM said. Nor was it what I said earlier when you tried to steel man me.
Okay, Sam, repeat what you said.
I said you can have information that is objective, like the information. The
Correct.
No, but no,
sun
it's
is
not about
made out of
that.
Take. Well, no,
hydrogen and
that's a bad
helium.
example, CM. Hold on a second. That's a bad
It's
Not a
not
example.
bad
about
example.
that.
How is
I
that a
asked
bad
about the
Hold on a
example?
vertical
second.
chalk mark.
Hold on a
What is
second. That is a
subjective
bad
about what I'm
example,
saying?
CM. I'm trying
How
to
is that?
explain.
What is
I'm
subjective about?
trying to explain, CM.
Go ahead,
Well,
explain it.
yeah. You probably should go on mute now so
We're
I can explain.
discussing representation.
Agamemnon, you need to go
Confused.
on mute too because I'm trying to explain something to CM. Here's why that's a bad example of information that is subjective, is because in that sentence, the sun
You
is the
said objective.
subject. Excuse me, objective. Because in that sentence, the sun is the subject. Okay? So that's why it's a bad example.
That's not a bad example. I don't care about your
Hold on a
semantic
second.
bullshit.
Hold on a
I
second,
don't care
CM.
about your semantic
Here's a
bullshit.
better example,
An
right?
objective, it's an
Here's a
objective
better
fact. The sun is
example.
made out of hydrogen and
Here's
helium.
a better example, CM. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a better example of information that has no subject.
Okay, so back to the subject. Okay, we're discussing whether the
The
vertical
subject,
chalk mark,
right? Yeah, the subject.
vertical chalk mark on a backboard represents the letter I, the number 1, or the word sun in Chinese.
Okay,
So
that's an
That's
which
not
one
the
is
example.
question at
That's an
subjective?
hand.
example. That's an example of mind-dependent information.
That's not the question at hand.
No, the question
Okay,
at hand is delineating things that are not mind-dependent, and I'm giving him rebuttal that not all information is mind-dependent.
Right, I've
That
already
is his
made that
main
point,
premise.
though.
No, he's
can you
not
give me an
accepting that.
example of a representation which is not mind dependent?
A
Go
rock,
ahead.
a rock has information. That rock exists regardless of minds.
Right.
Wait, do you think a rock represents something?
Yes,
What does a
it
rock
has. It
represent?
has. It has information in it as well. That's why I
It's
talked about the
its
Earth
structure
earlier. The Earth.
encodes information, right?
That's why I
I
also talked
think you're
about the.
really confused.
That's why I talked
No,
So
about the
I'm
tell
not
Earth.
me in what
confused.
sense a
Structure does
rock
encode
represents
information.
anything.
Its structure does encode information, and then when you carve a one into it, its structure now encodes information.
Well, it could encode different information based on what question we're interested in asking, right? So if, like, let's say an English speaker comes across a rock with a vertical mark in it, depression in it, he could say, somebody wanted to inscribe, hey, that means the letter I, or maybe it means, but if a Chinese speaker comes across it, he's going to say, hey, it's the word sun. But if there's no subjective observer, it's not going to represent anything.
Yeah,
So you guys
all you're
need to
doing is you're pointing
explain
out
in
that
what
the
sense
representation
does
is
any
going to
physical
be
entity
is
represent
that the
anything?
chosen representation is going to be subject dependent. That's all you're pointing out. Is that the symbol to representation mapping is going to be subject dependent, and I agree with that. Right?
Okay, thank you. So the first definition of
No, 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 no,
information,
no. We haven't addressed the first
which
definition.
involves
We've
the
only
word
addressed that
representation,
the
it's
act of
subjective.
mapping.
Okay,
No,
let's
no, no.
move
We
on to
haven't
the
addressed the
second
first. No,
definition
we
of
have not addressed the first
information
definition.
that was
That
given.
was not the first definition. That was
Yes,
definitely
that was the
not the.
first
No, it was
definition.
not the
You're
first
just utterly,
definition. No, it
you're
was
just
not the
confused,
first
man.
definition. No, no. You move here, right? What I have agreed to so far, you then to support with first definition. You can't just make that move and then get away with it. You have to actually take what I agreed with and then make it match the first definition.
Okay, so I'm talking about two definitions given by JCC. The first one is information is like some sort of a pattern or data that represents something else. Since that definition involves the word representation, and we saw that representation is subjective, the whole definition itself becomes subjective and
I
therefore
disagree
mind
with that.
dependent.
I disagree with that.
Okay, we can move on to the second
No, 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 no,
definition.
no. I disagree with that, right? You have to actually address the disagreement because it's going to be substantive,
I
right?
mean, you could say that it's subjective, so I don't
No,
know
no,
what your point is.
substantive. Substantive. The disagreement is going to be substantive. Do you understand what that means?
Substantive. I think you mean substantive, not substantive.
I haven't. You understand like conditions, right? And accents and all those things, right? Like you understand the content conveyed, or you a prick.
Well, okay, concede it's subjective, then okay, it's mind dependent.
Not
Okay, so
talking.
we
I
can
didn't
move
say it
on.
was subjective. Nobody said it was
You said
subjective.
you agreed that it's subjective. What are you
No, no, no,
talking
no, no,
about?
no, no, no. What I said was no, no. Hold on. What I said was the choice of symbol mapping to representation is going to be a subjective choice. It's going to be mind dependent that I think it's an I and he thinks it's a one and that guy thinks it means the sun. Right? I've agreed to that. You
Okay.
then have to map that back to the definition and then point at the thing that we're pointing at and not the act itself.
Okay, sure, I can do that.
Right? You have to point at the rock and not the
Sure.
guy.
Can I
Right?
try instead of you asking me the same question 5 times?
No, because you keep on
Okay.
demanding it's subjective.
Okay. So if you think that the representation is contingent on the interpretation, like you can't have a representation without the interpretation, as you call the mapping procedure, then, and if the mapping procedure or the interpretation is subjective, then since by virtue of being contingent or dependent on the interpretation, or the choice of interpretation, the representation is going to be subjective.
Okay, but that's wrong because
Why
you're
is
now
that wrong?
pointing at the rock, not the act of mapping it to a symbol, not the act of mapping the symbol to a representation. And
I'm not
saying,
pointing at the rock, I'm
because
pointing at the
pointing at
representative.
what I'm pointing at is the act of looking at the rock and going, that means the sun. And I'm saying that's subjective.
Yes,
You're
that's
now
subjective.
doing is you're now pointing at the rock
So I'd
and
like to
saying
support
that,
my argument,
and
right?
I'm
So,
pointing, and what I'm disagreeing with is you've now changed the subject.
yeah. So
We're
let's
no
go.
longer talking the act of creating a mapping from symbol to representation. We're now talking about the symbol itself. and
The,
that's changing the context of the argument.
Well, the
yeah,
symbol
symbols are
itself
mind
is not
dependent.
the
So,
rock. The
so
symbol itself cannot possibly be the
okay,
individual rock because you can have the
drop
same
the
symbol,
symbol, Aga.
the
Drop the
same
symbol.
representation.
I still
You can have
stand
the
with my
same
argument.
symbol, the
So
same representation
yeah,
found in
Aga,
many different rocks. Sorry,
Aga.
am I allowed to respond, or
Yeah, you
is
are,
it going
but
to be like
I want to
you?
put a kibosh to that, right? Because that's
Okay,
supporting
so I'll
the
respond after you're
stance.
done.
That's supporting the stance dependent side of the thing, right? What I'm arguing is the rock itself is objective, it exists regardless of minds. The rock itself has information. That information is completely mind independent.
The river
Now it
flows
takes.
even after you die.
Right.
Now it
And then
takes.
minds come along
What the
and
fuck?
Interpret
interpret
it.
it.
Why?
Wait,
Right.
wait.
Why the
I
fuck do
want
I get so
Agamemnon.
fucking goddamn disrespected when I'm supporting my fucking argument? I'm gonna fucking flip the fuck out because all you arrogant fucks feel the need to kibosh my argument with dumbass Agamemnon.
No,
So
no,
Agamemnon,
we're
you're a
agreeing with
dumb
you,
fuck.
JCC.
Well,
I
let me
said the
just finish
river
my
flows
point, right?
on. I said the
So
river flows on even after you're dead, which was in support of
Hey
your
guys,
argument.
if
yes,
I have
okay.
to jump, if I
God
have to
damn
jump
it.
in here and try to make this work, I will. Okay. So
Yeah.
look, here's where
So
I think we are. Just where I think you are. JCC made a coherent argument. It's different than T's. I would like to hear Agamemnon respond to JCC's argument. So I'm gonna restate it best I
I put
can.
it in chat too. I put it in chat too. Rocks
Just
provide
restate
geologic.
it, and then I'm just gonna try to get
Why
JCC
is
an
everybody
answer
gotta
to his
talk for me?
question.
God damn it! I'm not a fucking
Well,
child, you fuckheads.
I just okay,
Fucktards.
Agamemnon. Can you respond to JCC's argument, which I thought was pretty decent?
Fucktards. All of you
The
fucks.
the the rock has information in it. What would be your response to that?
And then minds
Yeah,
come
well,
along and interpret representations.
my
He
response is sorry. So my response would be
all right.
that information cannot be identical to the structure of the rock because you can have the same information, the same representation found in a different rock, right? So it cannot be identical
Okay.
to the
I would reject
specific
that
rock.
though. Right.
But
Well,
just to
I don't
continue,
reject it.
sorry,
Well, no,
I
I
just
would
want to
reject the
finish.
premise though that you just put forth. Right.
So I'm not done yet.
Well, no, but
I
you put
just want
forth
to
a
finish.
Let
premise
him
that I'm
please let him
rejecting. You
finish.
don't need.
T, please let him
Why he
finish.
put forth a premise?
Please let him finish.
Why he put forth a premise?
Oh, wait, who keeps doing that? Look, please just let him finish.
So
Agamemnon.
just by applying the law of identity, the representation cannot be identical to the rock because you can have the same representation in a different rock, right? So it cannot be identical to any
Okay, so
specific
let's
rock.
say the rock,
But
let's agree
furthermore,
and say the
sorry,
rock is
I
a
just want to
crystal.
finish. Do you mind if I just get to the end of the
I'm
these
trying
little?
to help you and other people follow your
You're
logic, right?
already wrong, Agamemnon.
No,
So
like
let's
look,
say the rock is a
look, you're
crystal
not
and it has a
helping me
crystal
by
pattern.
interrupting me. You're not
I'm
helping
trying.
me by interrupting me.
Okay, I'm trying, but
So
go ahead.
He
the
actually
second
is.
part of this, the second part of this is that we say a representation is the outcome of a procedure where you take a symbol and you interpret it. Okay. Now, given the fact that the interpretation procedure or algorithm depends on the choice of the person doing the interpretation or the
Yeah.
subject doing the interpretation, the representation itself is going to be subjective. And look, you can understand this very intuitively. The vertical mark on the rock can, to somebody, a Chinese
We
speaker,
didn't
can
bring up any
represent what's
marks on the fucking rock. You're diverting from the subject at hand. You're filling in stuff that wasn't mentioned. You're a dishonest interlocutor. Fuck off, Agamemnon. My argument stands solid as the fucking rock I'm using to demonstrate the objective nature of information. Does not require a blow it at your ass, Benjamin. Doesn't require a mind for that rock to have information. Do you accept or do you deny that?
I
So
mean,
let me be a
absolutely,
J.
I
Wait,
deny it because
Agamemnon,
the
let
way
me.
you defined information is by a word called representation.
I didn't
And I'm
mention
telling you,
representation. Nowhere in
yes,
my
that's the first.
nowhere in my fucking definition did I say
Okay,
representation. Don't
guys.
guise me, Benjamin.
I
Why do
have
you
to
even?
jump in here
God damn it!
because I just have a responsibility to keep the room sane. All right. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna
Keep it
end the
sane by
translation.
removing him. It'll be sane if he's not talking.
I'm gonna try to do a little JCC anger interpreter. JCC is wondering, Agamemnon, and to be honest, I am too. If you could tell us if this representative information is an important part of
Honestly, Benjamin, you're
your
like the worst interpreter
construct,
possible.
or is it an optional to your argument? Because if it's optional, could we try the argument without the use of representation? And if it is a
Well,
requirement, then can you tell us how it works
it's an
necessarily?
important part of the argument, because remember, we're talking about what the definition of information is. So the first definition I brought up is information is a reduction in uncertainty.
We don't accept that.
That's not a
Nice for
definition
alternative.
of fuck
We don't accept
Well,
that.
wait a minute.
You accepted.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
JCK.
Benjamin, shut
Here's
the
the
fuck
rule.
up, bro. You're not helping.
If he wants to define the word in the first premise, he can do that. As long as he doesn't redefine the word in the second premise, he hasn't broken any rules. So
Yeah,
if
that's
he
right.
wants to say information is the reduction in
Who cares? We told him we don't accept his definition.
optionality,
Reduction in uncertainty. His definition is the reduction of
Benjamin, I'd like
reduction
to
in
get
uncertainty.
to the end of my
That's
sentences
Shannon
because it's going to get
information,
very
though.
muddled and
Hold on, that's
confusing.
Shannon information.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's different.
So it's
So
not so
I want to get
different.
to the end of my
Just let him have
sentences
it.
But
because,
hold on, that's
like right
Shannon
now,
information. That's different.
As
you
long
don't
as he's
understand.
consistent in all three premises with that
Sure, if you
definition, there's
use
nothing.
Shannon
No
information
problem.
in all three premises, but he doesn't.
Well, maybe he doesn't. Let's let him try.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to get to the end of my sentence. It's again like really confusing. Okay, so
I
I
apologize.
I ask. Okay, so I said the press just says information is subjective. Okay, and my way of
Shannon
supporting it
information is subjective.
is to go
Yeah.
through various definitions of information and to show that all of
No,
them
Shannon
presuppose
information.
subjectivity.
Use the Shannon
Okay,
information
let's
definition.
go down the list. Okay, the first definition,
Is the
and I'm
Shannon
going to give several
information
definitions
definition,
here.
which says it's a reduction in
I don't know why this person
uncertainty,
is
right?
interrupting.
No, because that's what we said. We have to
Okay, go
stay
ahead,
consistent.
talk. Get it all out.
We just said you have to stay consistent. You're going to start with Shannon information. You have to stick
Why
with
are you
Shannon
so
information
scared
for
to
the
have me
whole thing.
talk?
Okay. So
Agamemnon.
you made space for
Agamemnon,
me
would
and then
you?
started talking over. Hold on a minute.
Is
Agamemnon,
the
would you
information
meet him
I'm giving
Hold
you
halfway?
on a
dangerous?
minute. Wait a
Do
minute.
you
You
find
made
it
space for
scary?
me and then started talking over me. Okay. Hold on a
Listen, I'm
minute here.
Stephen Agamemnon.
Hold on a
Please,
minute here, right? Okay.
please use
What I
Shannon
said was you
information
have to start with Shannon
in the
information
premise.
and then end with Shannon information. It has to be Shannon information at all points in between. You can't just mid premise in premise 2 go, now let me switch definitions to this other definition.
Yeah, I think we've established that. Agamemnon, can you just use Shannon information in your language and see if that makes it all work for
Yes,
us?
I can, but I just want to finish what I'm saying because I feel like T is
Sure.
interrupting and I can't. Like
He
he's
is,
interrupting.
but
Yes, of course I
it
am.
might help
So
if you use Shannon information in your premises. Maybe
Sure,
T will
sure. Instead of
allow it.
now, I just want to take it one step back and then I'm going to get to Shannon information. Okay. So the step back is I asked for alternative definitions, and JCC provided an alternative definition in terms of representation.
No,
Okay.
I didn't say representation.
no, he didn't.
Yes, you
Yeah,
did.
No,
I
Yes,
did
he
you did.
not.
didn't.
Here's
No,
where I'm
you're
going to say,
lying
fuck
now.
you dishonest fuck. I'll reiterate my definition again, right? I put it, I put it in chat. I actually put two definitions, right? One definition is what is conveyed or, okay, yes, represented by particular arrangements of sequence of
There
things.
you go. He's
Thank
so
you.
confused.
No, I'm not confused. I stand corrected.
Right, and
My other
I made the
information was
distinction already, right?
facts, data, or instructions in any medium or form, right? So none of that requires a mind.
Right. So I made the distinction in JCC's definition 1 that you're now choosing to ignore, right? And the distinction being between the information and the act of mapping it to a representation. They are two distinct things, and you can't confuse the two because one is the information and one is the act of mapping the information to a representation.
Okay, now I'm going to get to Shannon information if you don't mind. So I'm going to argue that Shannon information itself is subjective. It's mind dependent. And I'll give you a scenario, or I'll give you here's the argument for that. Now, given that the formula for Shannon information is the negative log to the base of 2 of the number of physical states a system can be in. It really depends on what question you're asking. So the number of states depends on what question you're trying to get an answer to. So here's the example. If you flip a coin, you can think of the outcome as being binary, tails or heads. But suppose you're not interested in whether it comes up tails or heads. Suppose you're interested in whether on the dime, FDR's, Franklin D. Roosevelt's head is pointing up or down or to the east or to the south. Now, suddenly, instead of one bit of information, as in like a binary outcome, you get 2 bits of information. But suppose instead of being interested in whether FDR's head is pointing up or down, you're interested in whether it's pointing, I don't know, to the southeast, to the southwest, to the northwest, blah, 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 to what degree it's pointing. Suddenly, you can get 360 outcomes instead of just binary. And you can extend the thought experiment that depending on what question you're interested in, the coin flip can contain an infinite amount of information. So again, subjective.
Wait, what's the
You're
argument
just
what's the
asking
argument
different
that
questions.
wait,
Agamemnon.
hold on just
You're
1 second.
stupid.
What is the argument that the coin clip can contain an infinite amount of information? Because you smuggled that premise in at the very end of your argument without an argument for it.
Oh, okay,
You're
sure.
just
Post
asking
flip.
different questions.
Okay, here's the argument. Post flip, and I'm going to generalize the argument. Post flip, the number of physical states the coin can be in is infinite, right? Because it can be represented on a real number line,
It's begging the question.
which contains an uncountably infinite number of
But that's
data
begging the
points.
question.
It's not begging the question. Look,
It is because
I can,
you're now
I'll give you an
presuming in your
example.
that which needs to be demonstrated.
No, I'll give you an example.
No, you're begging the question. You don't need to give me
Suppose
an example. You're begging the question.
I'm not begging the
You
question.
are. You're a premise in your. You're assuming the conclusion in your first premise. That which needs to be demonstrated, you're now stating as your first premise.
Well, here I'll give you which shows how I'm not begging the question.
You don't need
So
to give me an
suppose
example. You just need to stop begging the question.
I mean,
Your
maybe
examples suck.
you can let me get to the end of my sentence.
Use a good example.
You can address what I'm saying about begging the question, right?
Well, you're just asserting I'm begging the question without listening to what I have to
I
say.
pointed out that what needs to be demonstrated is now being asserted, right?
Well, I
That's
can't
what I pointed
demonstrate it
out.
without you giving me a
That's what
chance
I
to give an
point out.
example.
I don't need an example because I just need you to acknowledge that what needs to be demonstrated is being asserted by example, right?
I
That's
told
what
you
you're
I
doing.
can't demonstrate it. I can't demonstrate it without giving the
No, you
example,
can. No,
without
you
you
can.
giving me a
You
chance to
absolutely
give the
can. You can give a
example.
mathematical proof, for example, right? You can give a logical syllogism. You can give a deductive argument. You can do anything without providing an example.
Okay, but one way of demonstrating it is to provide an example.
No,
So why are you trying to
because that's
prevent me
just going to
from
beg the
doing that?
question. That's just going to beg the question.
How is it gonna beg?
Because
Okay, oh my God,
you're going to assert what needs to
this
be
is so
concluded
stupid.
in your as what needs to be concluded as your premise.
Okay, here's what I'm trying to demonstrate. Okay, what I'm trying to
That the
demonstrate
coin
is
flip
that
contains
post
an
flip.
infinite amount of information.
Why are you trying to cut me off? Okay,
Coin flip.
post
You
flip.
can ask an infinite
Post
number
flip.
of questions,
Hey
Agamemnon.
Benjamin,
Doesn't
am
mean
I
a
allowed to
coin
talk
flip.
here, or is it gonna be like, oh,
No, bro, you're wrong.
this is
Address
how
that.
it's gonna be?
You can ask an infinite number of questions about a coin flip. So what? That doesn't mean a
That
coin
doesn't mean
flip
that it contains an
landing heads or
infinite amount of
tails contains
information.
an infinite amount of information.
Right.
Well, it's not just you can ask an infinite amount of questions about it. It's that the number of physical states the coin can
That's an
be in
irrelevant
is
point.
infinite.
You can ask
Post
an
flip.
infinite number of
That's an
questions about
irrelevant
anything.
point
Why are we talking about
entirely.
That's
infinite
not a
now?
relevant point
Why is infinite
because now you
brought
can
up?
apply that formula to Shannon information to the formula,
No,
right?
because what you're talking about is you're
That has
simply
nothing to
pointing
do with
at
information.
Oh
there's an
yes it does
infinite
because
way
post
there's an
flip
infinite
now
way
Shannon
of
information gives the
dividing up
result. Sorry.
any given unit. That's all you're pointing at, right? It doesn't have to be 360 degrees, does it?
No, it doesn't
Does
have
it,
to be. It can be
Agamemnon?
an infinite. It can be an infinitely fine-grained.
Right. So that's all you're pointing at. You're not pointing at that there's
Yes, it can
actually
be
an
infinitely.
infinite
The
amount of
physical
information
state post-flip
contained
can be
within.
infinitely
You're not
fine-grained.
actually pointing out that there's an infinite amount of information contained within, right?
What do
That's
you
what
mean?
you're.
That's
That's what you're not
exactly
pointing
what I
at.
just showed. I just
No, it
proved
isn't.
look, I can
No, it
prove it
isn't.
mathematically.
No,
No.
no, Agamemnon, you are asking an
I can
infinite
prove
number
it
of questions.
mathematically. What are you
In
talking
order
No, you
about?
for
can't.
to have an infinite amount of information, like a coin toss or something, or like a rolling a die, you'd have to have an infinitely sided die, which is fucking impossible. Like you're stupid, bro. You
No,
have
you
no
don't.
idea what you're talking about.
Here, I'll give you a scenario where you don't have to have an infinitely sided die. Using a coin, okay, and then suppose the coin lands a certain orientation. Let's say it lands heads, and then you divvy up the angle from 0 to 360, but instead of like having integers, you divvy up in terms of the real number line. Now, since the real number line is infinite, in fact, uncountably infinite, like let's say the coin lands 0.00250011, I don't know, infinite degrees pointing to southeast. Since that number line is infinite, the amount of physical states the system can be in is infinite.
But that
Let's
number
just
line
apply
isn't
that.
infinite. That number line is limited by
Yes,
entropy.
it is. It's a real
No, it's
number
limited by
line, so
it's
that's
limited by entropy.
uncountably infinite amount of
No, it's
digits.
limited. No, it's limited by entropy.
What do
Why
you mean it's
why are we
limited
now
by
arguing
entropy?
infinite? I mean, that's
Okay,
not
well
the whole.
here's the okay. Let's get down to the brass tacks here.
Fucking A. The point
Shannon's
is, he's trying
coding
to.
theorem. Hold on, please. The source coding theorem, which is Shannon's first theorem, states that the maximum average number of bits needed to encode a source is its entropy. You can't
That's
compress
right.
below entropy without losing information. So that number is not infinite, it's limited by entropy. That's Shannon's first
That's really
theorem.
silly. That's just assuming entropy cannot be.
I didn't
Look,
assume
if you're
anything
gonna
about
say
entropy. Okay.
Shannon
So
entropy, since
next,
entropy is defined in terms of Shannon
okay,
information, and if Shannon information is defined in
every
terms of the number
channel
of
has a
physical states,
capacity.
okay, go
Right?
ahead. Just
Yeah, we're getting
okay,
to it, right? We're getting to
go
it, I
ahead. Just
promise,
cut
right?
me off.
Next,
Don't let
every
me finish.
channel, so this is Shannon's theorem. Every channel has a capacity. C is equal to the max of some of let's see, it's the subset of P of X given Ix Y, right? This is a maximized mutual information theorem. It reliably communicates that it is possible at any rate where R is less than C, but not larger than C. This is the famous Shannon limit. Whose communication is possible up to a capacity, right? And so when we're talking about the limits for information as bounded by entropy, then what you did is you took a specific example, which is going to be bounded entropy, which is to say that every single time you flip that coin, that is going to be an expression of entropy, right? And that right there is going to have a limit. So the amount of times, the amount of information, for example, the amount of times that you can determine whether or not the coin came up heads or tails is going to be limited by the number of times you flipped the coin. That's what's being said here. That's what you're
Okay,
missing, right?
I can completely grant you this point. It's not relevant to the conversation. Here's why. Because I can grant you that the upper bound for information is not infinity. The upper approach is infinity, or the upper bound approaches some very large number. It doesn't matter. What
In
really matters
theoretical
here,
space, sure.
I
right?
just want to finish.
No, I'm
Just want to
agreeing
finish.
with you.
That's a big
Theoretically,
difference.
like on the chalkboard. Yeah, I agree with you.
No, not just a chalkboard. In the coin flip, I can grant you that the upper limit of the information is some very large number. Doesn't
I'd
matter
rather
because
argue with a
still,
Christian arguing for gays is why they voted for Trump. So yeah.
okay, is this how it's gonna be, you guys? You're not gonna let me talk?
Yeah, I'd rather you just disappear.
Okay.
Well, dude, the reason why is because this is a perfect example. Like, you don't understand the difference between data and information.
Okay,
You're
thanks.
putting out
Bye.
a lot of data right now, right? There's very little information content. You keep
Yeah, I'm
repeating
glad he's
yourself and
gone.
getting it
I'm
wrong.
glad he's fucking
So
gone.
the information content is nearing zero. Because
I think
you're
he left.
dividing by the data, and there's so much fucking data. You just talk too much.
I think he left, Andy. But again, he was saying something trivial. If you ask like an infinite number of questions, you can
Then you
potentially
can
get
have
an
an infinite
infinite
number
amount
of
of
answers
information.
for them. Well, that's stupid, right?
It's ridiculous. It's trivial.
Well, and I guess the claim is that, like, well, the information just went up because I thought about it differently. Like, well, no, it didn't really, because, like, if you had ones and zeros before, oh wait, now, so I'm imagining like a spreadsheet. I have a column of ones and zeros. Oh, now I have a column of angles. Well, you didn't say that before. That's a different data set and a different question. We got to start over with that. And also, like, well, now that thing can be what you have infinite choices. Well, you're dividing by an even bigger infinity, because now you have this even larger infinite space of possibilities. This is so stupid. This is dumb.
Yeah, well,
It's really dumb.
and it's not relevant to the claim that the universe emerges from minds as well, or inference is mind dependent either.
No, we don't get anywhere. We don't get anywhere near minds in this. The whole reason for Shannon information is to define axioms against which we can do things like, build signal processing queues. Because we do. Like, we run up against the Nyquist limit due to Shannon information, right? That's just like, something that engineers need to be aware of, right?
And the only people who actually want to support the claim that the universe emerges from mind are those who believe in a God.
But I thought my example was pretty fucking right on, right? The number of times that you can determine whether a coin is heads or tails is just going to be limited by the number of times that you flip the fucking coin, you stupid fucking moron.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't think that's the best understanding of the Shannon information in a rolling coin. Better example would be how 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 many times you can divide up a circle in your ability to perceive the coin. So if you can tell in the immediate detection that the coin is straight up, let's say hours of the, if you can tell to the closest hour of the clock where the coin is right now, then right now the coin has one of 12 states. If you can tell it to the minute, then it has one of 60 states. But your ability to perceive its state would limit the amount of epistemic information you can extract from it. But
Hey, Benjamin, you
the
have no
amount of
idea what you're saying, bro. That's not the
ontological
information.
information that it would take to describe a coin is unbounded.
No, bro.
I'm
You
not
have
even
no
sure
idea what you're
Shannon
saying.
information
If I want,
Shannon information doesn't bound ontological information, it only
shut up with
bounds
these words. You have
epistemic
no idea what you're
information.
saying, Benjamin. If I want to specify a point on a unit circle, I only need two pieces of information: an x and a y coordinate. A point on a unit circle is just 2 points. It's an ordered pair.
Right, to point
I
out
can
that there's an infinite
parameterize
number of
every
points is
point on the unit
stupid.
circle with 2 bits of information: an x comma y. 2 points of
Two
information. That's it.
bits, of information.
He means 2 bits
No.
of
Are you
encoded
sure about
information.
that?
Yes, he means two pieces of encoded
Two
information,
pieces.
which
Yeah.
colloquially can be said 2 bits of information, right? He doesn't
Colloquially,
literally
If
mean the two, the two binary pairs.
Yeah, but those two
It's not an
bits, as you
infinite.
say, could be of infinite resolution ontologically.
But that's the thing that's being pointed out that's stupid, right? To point out that there's an infinite number of points in the circle is just navel gazing.
Or the same thing as in a unit in an interval, there's an infinite amount of points, and so it's like saying you can't measure the length of anything because there's an infinite number of points from A to B. Like, this is how stupid what you're saying is, or
Right.
what he was saying.
Data and information.
But the
Opposite.
observation that you can't measure anything was actually a very important observation in math. It led to the discovery of fractals. Why are you discounting it so rapidly and vapidly? It's actually a very interesting axiom. You should know it.
Even explaining a fractal is not an infinite amount of information. What
No,
you
it is considered.
you can express
The length of a
Mandelbrot
river,
set
the length
with
of a
one
river is a
complex
fractal,
equation.
which by definition, the
What?
length of a river is infinite and arbitrary, meaning you can decide that the river has any length you want by simply choosing the length of the measuring stick you wish to apply.
All we're pointing out is that's
Yeah,
not what
again,
canon information
that
is.
becomes equivalent, Benjamin, to there's an infinite number of points on an interval.
I don't think
Yes.
that Shannon
It's called the
information
coastline paradox. If you're
actually
trying to measure the
captures
coastline,
this challenge.
bro, shut up, man. If you want to measure the coastline of, say, the British Isles or whatever, yeah, depending on how
Can I
fine you
just
make your
ask a
little measuring
question?
thing,
What is it about Agamemnon that has rattled your brain so much that everybody on
nothing.
stage is angry?
He's a
We
dishonest
I'm
all
laughing.
know
interlocutor.
him.
I'm
Question.
laughing.
He's a
We
dishonest
all know him,
interlocutor,
bro.
It
Benjamin.
has little to no
He's a
emotional
dishonest
content.
interlocutor. He's a
I didn't
dishonest.
find him to be I didn't find him to be dishonest.
Well, because you're
You
in the same
don't know
category,
him.
Benjamin.
We've known that guy for years.
I put you in the same box, Benjamin.
Fine, I don't care.
The
Well,
interesting
I know
thing
you
about
don't care, and I don't care what you care. So there you go, Benjamin.
in in math, there's an old saying, like a fish has an infinite number of points on it. That's true in math, but in the actual world, that's not true. Like, what's the smallest unit of measurement? Like the Planck length or something like that. Your fist is made up of atoms. I guess the smallest unit of measurement is like the Planck length.
That's
And
arbitrary.
so it just can't be. In the actual world, there is no infinities, and this is important for you, Benjamin. Einstein hated actual infinities. Okay, you should be against.
Well, largely I am, right. I think that this represents a challenge. So anyway, you've gotten to the end of the universe. That's good. At some points, it becomes quantum, and you can only count in ones and zeros. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not super sure of that.
Again, you're not even. What you're saying is nothing different than mathematically, there's an infinite number of points on a circle or in an interval. If you
Sure.
actually wanted an infinite amount of information and something like, again, you'd have to have something like an infinitely sided dice, whatever. That would probably, the result of that roll would contain technically an infinite amount of information, or at least infinite number of possibilities. Beyond that, you're
Well,
not
that's just a
saying.
Hilbert space, more or less. And a Hilbert
You don't
space
know what a
has
Hilbert space is, Benjamin.
an
Stop,
infinite
bro.
amount of ontological information,
You
but we
don't
can
know. A
only
Hilbert
measure
space
it.
is not an infinite amount of anything, bro. You don't know what a
Sure
Hilbert
it
space
is.
is.
Sure it is.
You don't know what a Hilbert space is. The XY plane is a Hilbert space. That's not an infinite amount of information.
Sure it is. There's an infinity between 0 and
There's
1.
an
What are you talking
infinite
about?
number of mathematics.
Your real button, CM.
That's it. Mathematically, you
Steve!
have a ruler in front of you. Measure the length of anything. Learn measure theory. You're an idiot. Learn what measure theory is.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with you really hard here, Dan. A dice roll, last I checked, lives in classical probability theory, which uses fundamentally different mathematical structures. Right? We agree with that?
Probability theory also uses measure theory.
Hey everybody, happy Friday. Pro, are you there? Pro, are you there? I guess not. Well, happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday. What were you going to ask Pro? Maybe we can help you.
Well, yeah, maybe I can ask Benjamin. Benjamin, are you like a decision maker in the atheist house? I don't know if you are or not.
I wouldn't put it that way.
Okay, let me try it another way. I'm
Not the kind of house where we have decision makers.
What's your
well.
question?
I wanted to get permission before I do something. I'm interviewing tomorrow on my show a 36-year LA County from the sheriff's department who's running for office, and I wanted to plug the show like in the chat or whatever. I wanted to make sure it was okay to do it here and in the Pro House. That's why.
You can
You want to
plug
put it in
Pro
the
as many
chat?
times as you want to plug him.
Pro, I
You can
appreciate it.
put
Thank you very much.
your ad in the chat right next to Coach. Got $200 a day you can make in the crypto.
Why do you leave
contact.
those? Those should be deleted.
Pro and Benjamin Pro, thank you.
Oh yeah.
I love Coach.
You do?
Did the goats get an option?
I'm gonna create a
Damn.
bot.
Did the goats?
I'm gonna create a bot and call it First Class.
Andy, my friend.
First class escort to the VIP?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
good
you roll.
Do the goats get a first class escort anywhere?
I'm enjoying
Anybody
myself.
ask the goats? So that's what Andy wants to know.
Steve,
Is
speaking of
anybody asked the
interviews, you
goats?
probably heard there's no Hermes interview tonight. He canceled.
Blow me to Bermuda.
I did not hear that he canceled. I was looking forward to it.
Yeah, he was advised by his attorney not to do that yet. Now tonight, I'm not sure. We'll see if it happens later or not. But I would guess
It's a maybe. It's a maybe.
Yeah, I would guess it's going to turn into a no. But and I've told him through my email that also means that I will tell him probably not to come in the room, since so asked not to really do like the pre-room like I was going to do for it. Like he didn't really want to be connected to any of the stuff. So
Yeah.
I'll kind of honor that, but I said, I'm not going to stop people from talking about what they want to talk about necessarily, but
Yeah.
I can't really police that. But I also said it's probably best for him not to come in the rooms then too. And, I might just kind of do what a lot of people do anyways and just kind of politely give him an escort to the permanent VIP.
Are you still running the room?
Well, that room was going to be actually in his room, but I'll open a room at a time. Yeah.
Oh, you mean I RSVP'd for Hermes' room? I thought it was in your room. Obviously, I wasn't looking closely enough.
His was the real room was going to be in. My room at 6:30 had the link to his room, and we were just going to keep it open until it fills over there.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Thanks for letting me know.
So, Steve, tomorrow, like, how long is this to be? Is it going to be like a lot of you and this person dialoguing back and forth, and we are going to for quite some time?
That's a great question. I will tell you. Well, as you know, we run the show normally from 7 to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard. I just got off the phone with him. We figured that he would come in at 8. So he'd come in at the start of hour number 2. I would interview him for about 15 to 30 minutes. And then he's willing to take any and all questions. I asked him if there's anything he didn't want to discuss. Does he not want to take questions about Minneapolis? Does he not want to take questions about George Floyd? Does he not want to take information about bad cops? He said he'll take any and all questions. So I'm going to interview him for about 15 to 30 minutes in hour number 2, and then he'll take any and all questions from either the mod squad or the nieces and nephews.
Awesome. Is he still a current LA County Sheriff, or is he retired?
He is he was in the LA County Sheriff's for 6 years. I don't know how many years he was captain. I'm assuming 10, but I could be wrong. He's been, again, 36 years. He's been retired for 10 years, and he's throwing his hat in the ring to run for LA County Sheriff. And if any of you are more specifically interested, all you got to do is Google up Mike Bornman, like being born, Bornman. a candidate for LA County Sheriff. He's been retired for 10 years.
Gotcha.
Will he claim this as a campaign contribution?
I'm sorry, say again? Oh, that was a
Will
joke.
he
You
be?
weren't serious.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a joke, but
Okay.
I mean, it's considered a campaign contribution.
Okay. Well,
Are you
heard
campaigning?
I heard campaign contribution. I didn't hear anything else. I'm sorry.
Oh, are you interviewing other candidates?
I'm interviewing any and all candidates that want to be interviewed by Uncle Steve.
Take that as a no.
And I thought I answered the question.
Well,
I don't have any scheduled, if that's what you're asking. But if
right.
another
So no other candidate running for sheriff is going to be interviewed currently.
not tomorrow, but if any of them reach out to me, I will schedule their interview. It's only fair. Also, he's going to be on on the workers' rights radio show, and so that's of course completely different. But that'll be on Wednesday. I'm not gonna plug that because most people on Clubhouse don't listen to it, which is just fine with me.
That's interesting. What's the relevance of him being on the workers' rights radio show?
Because that goes on 4 terrestrial radio stations Sunday morning in Southern California in Los Angeles.
Right, but it's not going to be related to workers' rights at all, is it?
Correct. It's not related to workers' rights, with the exception that as a captain, you are boss over your employees. But no, it's just the fact that it's relevant to Southern California. And also, with the combination of radio stations, he's probably going to literally tens of thousands of listeners, potential voters, versus, on the show tomorrow, we're all spread all over the world. I told him this was sort of like a preview for the Workers' Rights Radio show, and I told him exactly how the show works. He knows the difference.
Cool. It'll be interesting.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Oddly enough, there was a cycling team called the LA Sheriffs.
Shit, what was I gonna say? LA County Sheriff. Huh? I mean, I don't live in LA, but I'm in California, born and raised. I would like to know. I would like to ask him about, like, you know, um, would he like enforce California's bans on masks for police officers in California? I suppose that would be an interesting.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, I told him to expect questions about ICE in Los Angeles, California, about whether or not what ICE is doing, how it's different from what the sheriff does, and such like that. Yeah, he's willing to take any and all questions. He's good. He's good.
It's gonna be really interesting when ICE pulls that shit they're doing in Minnesota and like downtown LA or maybe in the fucking hood like Inglewood. And I'd really like to see how that plays out. We have so many guns here. It's crazy. A lot of crazy gangbangers.
Yeah, they'll definitely get some pushback if they try to invade a house saying they got a warrant and they just have the okay from their ICE representative to invade the house. They'll be shot on.
They're fucking. If you want to kick the fucking Latino nest here, like, oh my god, that's gonna be a disaster.
Oh yeah, California, Los Angeles, population 45% Hispanic Mexican here in Los Angeles. It's a lot different than Minnesota.
Yeah, come on by Peckerwood, see how that plays out for you. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, Vato, you're gonna
California
melt
is
over
a,
here, dude. We got too much heat, bro.
California is one of the Castle Doctrine states.
Yeah, we're a sanctuary
I mean,
city,
I don't
right?
know.
Yeah.
No, Castle Doctrine.
Oh,
You know
even
what that is.
yeah.
Castle Doctrines, where under certain conditions you are legally allowed to shoot and kill anyone who unlawfully and forcibly enters your home, which could
Yeah,
include
it's
ICE
state law, and
officers
there was
potentially.
the feds are always like override our fucking state laws anyway. You know, that's you guys see how that's going to play out. Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I
Well,
forgot what that meant. Thanks for reminding me.
I'm gonna look for a Hermes room tonight, atheish house, pro house, whatever house, and do my best to get there. Anyways,
If you need
thanks.
any antibiotic ointment for your Hermes outbreak, let me know. Like yesterday.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
But
Steve, just focus on the atheist house. That's it.
gotcha. But both a pro. Thanks for letting me do the plug. See you later, everybody.
All right, sorry. There should be antiviral medication. I forgot. It's a virus, not a bacterial infection. Sorry.
Oh, is that correct, CM? Hermes is listening. You know that?
He might be that anonymous account in there. See?
No, it says he's listening via kid over room. He says yes. Awesome. Shut the fuck up. No, man. Fuck you, Hermes.
I don't know who we
I
talking
didn't hear
about.
the end of what Steve was saying, but I'm not really doing a Hermes room. That was actually what I said. But,
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know if he got it or not. I think he may have got it. He's just gonna come to your room tonight just to dialogue.
I mean, I'm sure people are going to end up talking about Hermes, even though it's not going to be a Hermes room. But
it's a current hot topic that's going to be on the table. So that's it.
what's up, Mercy? We're quiet in here.
Things ain't what they used to be. Oh.
I could actually bring another problematic person in, speaking of the title, and interview them at the same time. I could check if they want to come in.
I think
Who's that? Who
I
that?
think you should interview Roivus.
Why?
I could be
Everyone knows
problematic.
all my dumb shit already. There's nothing. I'm not. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, it's a problematically public person.
Can you
Who?
tell
So
us
like someone.
who them? Who them?
Nah, not quite yet. But
You're
I'll
not going
see.
to divulge?
Might happen. Might happen.
We don't want to take the wind out of pro sales. We get it.
Give us a hint.
Give us a hint. Give us something. Give us something.
I
Come on.
did.
Come
I
on.
said it's someone who's public and problematic.
Public and
There's a lot of those.
Ooh. So someone that we know who they really are. Like they're not a phony.
Andrew R. Andrew R.
No,
Dittman,
that's he's not. We don't.
Dittman is public and problematic.
That's true.
Wait, who is?
John Kidover or Andrew Dittman, whatever.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't interview John Kiddo.
Why not? Hypnosis.
Oh, interview Kidover. That'd be funny, dude.
All languages. That's good.
What is it with that
So I
voice?
told
It's
Kidover.
just so brilliant. It's crazy.
So funny, dude. I was talking to Kidover today because so he's recording this room currently. Like, if you guys want to hear replay of this room, you can go to his shit.
That's why
Is
there's
it
no
recording
reason
it or is he streaming it on
no,
YouTube?
There's no reason to interview
He's
him.
recording
We
it
always
on
know he's recording
Clubhouse
this one.
and streaming it on YouTube.
Oh, okay,
No, but
yeah.
what I was asking him is he was recording Andrew's room yesterday, which is already on replay. So he's just making a second copy in like shittier audio quality of a room that's already on replay. I was asking what the fuck the point of that is. I get recording these rooms that are not on replay. I guess there's something there, right? But he's just making a shittier second copy of a room already on replay. I don't understand why.
Does he not have to work or something? Like, how much time does he spend with this
That's
shit?
what I was asking him too. Like, do you have a job, bro?
Because I'll be on here all fucking day, but I'll go to a gig, I'll be there for like hours, come back, do like editing and shit. But I'm not talking. I'm just kind of listening, or not listening. But he's like actively do all these accounts and all this shit. It's crazy.
Dude, I've talked to him. He told me I was asking how many phones does he own? How many accounts does he have? How many YouTube channels? He has like over 30 or 40 phones. I'm like, how did he afford that shit? He's like, he told me he bought a bunch of like cheap phones. I don't know, on eBay or something for like $10 a pop. But and yeah, I forgot how many YouTube accounts he told me. His is crazy, bro. He streams 24 hours a day, even while he's sleeping. His streams are all on
I
with
have an
zero
idea
viewers.
for him. Why doesn't he create actual infinity and set up like a row of like 11 phones, recording each of the phones in front of him? Do some like
Infinite loop.
Could be
yes.
like an avant-garde, like, sound installation
You can
piece.
call it art.
Some John Cage shit. Yeah.
That would be funny, dude. Just two phones recording each
So
other.
Okay, how many people on a panel right now can smell asparagus? It's a compound called asparagine in your urine. I can.
I do. Whenever I eat it, I do. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I mean. And when everyone does, because I heard it's like 50-50
I've never
genetically.
heard of that. I mean, I've heard
Yeah,
of
it's not.
It's like, hold on,
smelling
hold on.
garlic.
Yeah, it's
So
not everybody.
hold on. So CM, when you eat a bunch of asparagus, you don't smell it really strongly in your urine. Then, like the hour later.
Not really. I mean, at
Oh,
the
you
same
do.
time, I'm
Okay,
not
so
like smelling my
genetically, you
urine
are.
after eating.
Okay, CM, it's a genetic thing. So you don't have. It's like people that cilantro tastes like soap. Sort of a thing.
Yeah, that sucks.
So maybe it's true. Maybe it's like half and half.
Yeah. So is it considered a bad thing that your urine smells, or
No,
does it really matter?
no,
It doesn't
it's
matter.
completely innocuous. It's just like if you do
Gotcha.
or don't, it's genetic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I've
Yeah.
heard about it with garlic. I guess if you eat a ton of garlic,
Oh,
you're
it
like
comes out in
your
your.
sweat.
How do you
It comes out in your
how do you
sweat and your excretion. Yeah, for sure.
how do you describe the smell? Like it smells like asparagus, but like coming out of your
It's
urine, right?
different. It's different though.
Yeah, it's really strong too.
can you actually call smell innocuous? Isn't that the definition of smell? That it is innocuous?
Okay. um, olfactory.
It's boring.
Yeah. So no, it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's harmless. Of course, it's. How would you answer that question? I don't fucking know.
Nonetheless, I love asparagus. It's good.
I'm eating it right now. I got the giant fucking thick ones from Costco.
White or green? White or green?
The
But
white ones are weird. They seem to be like really stringy. The white ones.
When I
Uh,
went to Germany, this kid took me all over the place to go find white asparagus. He's like, "Oh, it's a delicacy here. You have to eat our white asparagus." I was like, "Okay."
you can
And it
get
was
it
like
at this
white
place called.
asparagus.
Yeah, it's at the place called Idiotic, a giant Italian market. You can find it there. They're really weird. They're like really perfectly straight, like kind of a different shape, and they have a good flavor, but they're stringy and they're
Yeah,
really
it was good.
expensive. And I think that purple asparagus too, right?
I had them before. I mean, I didn't know it was such a big deal over there. I know they're more rare here, but I was like, I don't know what the big deal is. But it was good. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it was hardly worth the effort we made. He was like, "I must take you to our traditional German thing," and all the waiters knew him and everything. It was like a big deal.
It's
All
not it's
right.
not worth the $16 a bunch to get it here, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
It's weird that the Germans are super into white asparagus. Is that not weird?
it makes sense. Not weird.
It's wild.
Yeah, the Israeli asparagus, they really don't like that very much over there. So it's weird.
Is anybody talking?
You just
No,
did.
it was quiet.
You broke the silence.
Oh, I should have done it with a fart.
Like Trump.
So I know a dude who like fucking recorded Donald Trump, right? And
Farting?
no, audiobook or something, right? And yeah, he actually wears diapers, and the diapers were an audio issue during the recording of the book. It's like a constant crinkling sound.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was like, and what do you say? Could you sit still or
Oh,
do that line
wait.
again? You know. I
Quit squirming, old man.
wonder if like Isotope RX is like an algorithm for removing crinkly diaper sounds. Like maybe they have that now.
But have y'all seen that clip of his fart on the whatever it was he was talking about?
Is that the one where he shot himself?
Well, yeah, people say he shot him. It was just a small little. You heard a little, and what's her name, Carolyn, like looked over and goes, "Dude, I heard that."
Was that Carol? That wasn't Carolyn.
Oh, I don't know who it was. I'm ignorant on who it was. That was the first name popped in my head.
I mean, I might have jumped on that, but I don't remember it being Carolyn, right?
Yeah, but
Like,
you know
there was like 7 people in there.
Yeah,
She
exactly.
was like in a green dress or some shit.
Yeah, she had that
Yeah.
stink face look.
Dude, that is so obvious. Dude, fucking gross. This guy is
It's
so
hilarious. And did you hear what he said about like I forgot who was interviewing him about the deaths of both Good and Pretty. He's all, yeah, 2 people out of tens of thousands of people, and we get bad publicity. Like he's saying, oh, just because 2 people were killed out of tens
who
of
said that?
thousands, Trump.
Dude, this
But
guy.
you
Did you
fucking one
hear?
goat.
Did you hear how he answered? Oh God, why can't I remember her name? I should know by now. She's great. She's a chick from CNN. She's got like brown hair. She's very stoic, and she asks really good questions. She's been around for a while. Come on. But he like tried to shut her down and say that she was from a trash network again. Like just the last one. That answer that he gave was so disgusting, dude. Like when she's asking him about certain people, and he's like shrugging his shoulders and just like, dude, it's just so gross. What's going on right now?
It's not the Quiet Piggy one. It's a different one. You know, Trump should probably like
It's
do
never
some
ending.
ads for.
It's never ending.
He should probably like get together with the people that make the Depends, adult diapers. You know, he's probably make some money on that.
The new
Maybe
stealth
businessman.
mode depends when you have to. Like, we have used NASA technology for the space shuttles to create new silent diapers.
Caitlin Collins.
For
That's
the loads.
the last Caitlin Collins questioning was disgustingly addressed. And if you just listen to watch his body language, listen to his answers, it's like, what? How do people accept this? Super irresponsible management by his handlers and whoever is in our other leadership positions around him and surround him. It's fucking so irresponsible and dangerous.
I mean, forget all about the politics stuff. Like how with Trump as president, you have to shield your children from the TV when you hear him on there. Otherwise, you can hear something gross or inappropriate.
No, I didn't read those things. I have a lot of things I'm doing. I didn't read those.
Hey, Michaela, do you like Trump? Michaela, do you support Trump in his public appearances and what he says in public about the state of affairs in the union? Is Michaela not up here?
She said she was working on something earlier. I don't know.
Sorry. I'm just curious because I mean, I want to hear someone in real time respond to just like 10, 15, 20 seconds of audio of him, like at his lowlights, you know? Like, I mean, all of them are lowlights, right? They really are. If you really listen to anything he does publicly, if there's nothing substantive, it should be embarrassing, right? But for some reason, people are attracted to this kind of bullshit. But he does have some ultra low lights where he's directly insulting and directly is just being a douchebag and censoring people. And I just want to hear people's response in real time and how they defend this shit.
I wish he would get asked just really simple questions like, what are the three branches of government and what are the responsibilities?
Totally.
Yeah,
He would not answer. You know,
he wouldn't. He doesn't
Yeah.
even
He won't
know.
answer
Like,
anything like that. He
yeah,
never answers anything.
yeah.
Who is this that wanted? Oh, Trump, probably.
It's just the TDS. You know what I mean? Talking, I'm just TDS and dude.
I got the TDS from the vaccine or Tylenol. I forget which one. Oh, I got the autism from the Tylenol. I forgot because I have autism now.
So I just posted. She's an ex-Legacy spokesperson. She used to be on like NBC or CBS. Her name's Katie Fang. She's an attorney. I think she's a prosecuting attorney. She's the kind of person who would invite Vance on and all this stuff. They won't talk with her because they know they'll get grilled. And so she has her own independent thing. And that's a great breakdown I just put in the chat of what happened with Caitlin Collins, the nature of like kind of the industry, right? Of being in the journalistic position and being a woman and having being spoken to like that and having no one defend you and stick up for you as well, right? As well as, acknowledging her calm and her actual composure despite the situation with President of the United States being a douchebag. It's brilliant. And Katie's awesome. So she's a great resource too if you want to learn about what the fuck's going on. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can?
Yeah.
You guys interested in this? Listen, I don't know if you want to try this. It's just so quiet.
Okay.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Wait, if you're playing something,
I
I can't
can't
hear
hear
it.
anything.
Mm.
No, okay, never mind. And you can't hear it. I was just trying. I was just testing it. I couldn't tell if you could. I was just playing it through my phone, and I can hear it. So I thought maybe we could hear it through the mic or something.
Do you have an iPhone?
Yeah, I was just on my iPhone playing it through the speaker. I could do it on my computer though. But I mean, I posted it there. You guys can listen to it. It's only like 10 minutes long. It's just like I'm listening to this stuff all day, dude. I'm trying to educate myself, and I mostly follow like attorneys or people like in politics when I'm listening to people talk instead of just talking heads, or content creators, influencers. I try to go more like professionals in the industry kind of thing. What is all that background?
Hey, I'm in the shower. Hey, you ever follow Patrick
You
Bateman? He's got
try
a
putting on
YouTube
your
channel.
audio.
Shut up. Hey, so honey, you ever listen to Patrick Bateman?
No, I'm gonna look
The
him up right
actor?
now.
What the
Maybe.
fuck?
Yeah, check him out.
Oh no.
You're thinking of Jason.
Showers.
You're thinking of Jason Bateman.
No, Patrick Bateman. He does like a lot of stuff on finance and politics and Epstein Island.
No, Romero said the actor.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah. Honey was right.
fuck. Hold on. Let me look him up.
No, we got you, Royvis. We cleared it up. You're
No,
right.
no, we get it. I threw a wrench in the monkey. The monkey's fine.
Okay.
So how did the Agamemnon hour go?
I thought it was pretty good actually.
Same way it always
Exactly.
goes.
Yeah, exactly how you'd expect.
I thought you guys need a lot of work to be able to have a conversation with somebody you disagree with without losing your fucking minds. But with some practice, some of you improved.
Look, Benjamin, a lot of us have known Agamemnon for years on Clubhouse and Discord. Like I've known Agamemnon probably like 10 times longer than I've known you. He has displayed a consistent pattern of dishonesty, and he has been accused of this by a lot of different people, intelligent, educated people with PhDs or all kinds of educated people. It's just we know who he's like a known quantity.
I don't think his particular argument today was all that much to get excited about. Think of it as a puzzle, and you're just trying to
Yeah,
figure out where
a
the
lot of
internal
his
conflict
arguments,
is.
a lot of his arguments, they start out in the same way that they did here. Then when you get down into it, yeah, he's just being dishonest about something.
Most arguments are being dishonest about something, let's be honest.
Not too keen on hearing anti-trans rhetoric right now, BB. Thank you, but no thank you.
What?
Okay.
So clean now. Haha. Does everyone have like weird conversations that are like imaginary with like maybe real people in your life, and you have the conversation out loud when you're by yourself in the house? Because I do that a lot. Like if you just like we're like a fly in the wall, you hear me go like, "Oh yeah, well fuck you." Like my
Well,
phone's off.
hello,
Like,
fellow
Yeah.
neurodivergent person.
right?
Yeah.
Is that what I am?
My brother does it all the time.
No, it's just a sign of mental illness, though.
Well, I've had early onset whatever for 20 years.
I mean, we're
Sounds
all
like a
mad here.
conspiracy theory.
What's the sign of mental illness, Romero?
That doing that having a conversation with someone in your head and then
Oh,
getting upset about it.
And then vocalizing, like talking out loud to the person in your head, like a hypothetical conversation that's maybe based on a memory,
Well,
but
fuck
you'd
you,
like,
Santa Claus.
oh yeah, whatever.
I mean, in English English classes, you're taught to say out loud what you are writing down on paper, and like get into like an actual verbal conversation with somebody where you share what you're writing and what they're writing, and that helps you formulate what helps you formalize what you're thinking about it into words on paper. I don't know if that's part of this or not, but yeah, that's
I think it's me just trying to process like an argument or a bad situation, or it's just a way of my brain processing it. I don't know how to explain it, even though it seems maniacal.
just Robert. Yeah, you definitely yell into the void a lot. I'm sure, no doubt. And
what do you mean yell into the void? Just like primal scream, like when you're upset?
yeah, like you articulate a grievance to no one in particular.
Like when you stub your toe, you go, fuck!
Yeah, that too. I had something a little more complicated than that.
Nargis is here. Everybody be nice.
You
Just
could
thinking here.
yell into a microphone instead of the void.
Yell at the universe for
Yeah.
existing, and you're suffering because of the existence of the universe. Fucking universe.
Right. It is cathartic, but I just don't do it enough. I guess haven't had a reason to.
The Kiss Morning Show had the Friday morning primal scream. It was awesome.
What about the band Primal Scream? Heard they were in trouble recently.
Not aware of a band named Primal Scream.
Am I saying it wrong?
Oh, you're saying like an edgy band got in trouble for something they said.
Well, they're like Oh, like a '90s band or something, and I guess they're still hanging around. And yeah, they said some shit. I don't fucking care. They're not really into their stuff.
I had a neighbor who died a couple of years ago. She was screaming out on her balcony about healthcare. It was funny.
And then she died.
She died shortly thereafter. Yep.
Jesus. Well, I mean, I guess that's funny.
Oh no, I'm not laughing at it. I'm laughing at her, instability of getting on her balcony and yelling about poor healthcare in the United States.
Yeah. Is it stupid that I have to borrow microphones from microphone companies because studios don't have a fucking decent microphone locker? That's stupid, right?
Yeah, I think the studio should have good microphones.
This one's terrible. I'm working at the one that the Metallica did the Black album and Justice for All, and they don't. It sucks. I'm like, what the fuck?
That should be included in the studio, and if you need to increase the rate for the good microphones, increase the rate.
No, it's included. There's just nothing I want to be included. I mean, they have a couple of decent ones, but like it's mostly like weird Russian microphones and like just shit. And it's like, what the hell is this? Like, there's kind of a gold standard of what you're supposed to have if you're a big major studio. You need to have your U47s, U67s, and your Neumann 87s, bunch of those, bunch of KM84s. And this, I'm just like, Jesus. And thank God I have like relationships with, these microphone companies. I can go like, hey man, just like borrow like 20 of your fucking mics.
Oh, they hook you up?
Yeah, they hook me up for free.
That's good. Good for you.
I should charge. I'm going to pick them up in my fucking car. But I'm just trying to be nice and just be, yes, use me and my resources for all they're worth. Go ahead. Extract all the value you possibly can, you fuckers.
Okay, I can sense if you scream about that into the void, I would agree with you. That's a frustration.
Later on tonight, we'll have an imaginary conversation about that into the void. Like my friend's having a record release party. It means the world to him. He spent like 40 grand making this record. He went to England and worked with this great producer, and it's like vanity projects. I feel kind of bad because when I make albums, we don't spend any money on it. Maybe a little bit for mixing. And then so I gave him like, you know what? Here's a resource. Here, why don't you just use this multi-million-dollar studio? I have this arrangement, and here you can just use it for free. Price saved him like $6,000 right there, maybe $5,000. Just to be nice. If I wasn't resourceful and valuable, you think people would fucking talk to me? I don't really think so.
Oh, I think they would.
Some people, very few people, like get me, or quote unquote, whatever that means.
No, I think most people would talk to you.
Cora would, Miss Enigma would. Even though Miss Enigma does get upset with me from time to time, occasionally. Barbie.
I have a cutoff point. I've discovered I have a cutoff point. It's not.
What do you mean?
Not terribly low, but.
With me?
Why are you so soft-spoken, no. Benjamin? What's going on?
Yeah, why are you being a fag, dude? With the woman I'm dating now, she's really kind of not like super woke, but she's like fun. You don't say that anymore. Once in a while, just drop it randomly, just to get the look on her face. The glares at me.
Got to keep him guessing.
Like, it doesn't mean gay. Like, what do you care if I say it? It's like a magic F word I learned when I was a little kid before I knew what gay people even were.
Like the word retard, man. Gen Xers, we fucking threw that word around like it was water. It's fucking crazy. Nowadays, you drop it, you're like, oh man, don't say that.
Well, my high school friends with grocery, we still use that word all the time. And on my wedding trip, I had two of my high school friends with me. One of them was my best man, and they called me a faggot 5,000 times during that trip. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's one of the things with Gen X parents with kids, being cautious of word choices, like how hard it is to be a parent not to. The fuck's wrong with you? I told you to be here an hour ago. What are you up? Oh, I can't say that.
You know what's crazy is that my ex-wife, she got into a catastrophic car accident on the way to our wedding. We were going up to Oregon, and I think we fell behind. Me and my two high school friends, one of them was doing the music, so for the reception, and we fell behind because we wanted to stop at Guitar Center and get a couple cables they forgot because they're idiots, right? I know, I went to high school with them. So, and then I got a call, and they got into, it was like a rain and sleet up there in Northern California. I forget the area, and she let her friend drive, who lives in Germany now, doesn't drive anymore. And then the German friend tried to zoom around a semi truck into a curve in the sleet and just and annihilated the car. The pictures are crazy, how they even survived that with minor bruising and shit. And that was on the way to my wedding. I was like, this is a bad fucking omen. Why can't anything be normal with my life? Nothing can be. Many
So
people wonder why I like this. Sorry, what?
how'd the rest of that day go?
The day was shit. What do you mean? How'd the rest of the day go? That's a fucking stupid question. You mean the rest
Well,
of the trip?
was your wedding that day?
Okay, dude, listen, we're going up to Oregon to set up for a wedding. Why would we do all that in one day? That makes no sense, right? We have to
Oh
set
well,
everything.
I didn't know. I didn't know you were going all the way to Oregon. I'm
You
sorry.
think Elvis is marrying us? Like, what the fuck? You think I'm like a retard?
I thought could have been nearby.
No, so we were going up to stay in Bend, right? We had I assume we had an Airbnb booked. I don't know. And then, we had a hotel for me and the guys. So I forget what the arrangements were for that night. But yeah, the wedding still went on, and we got over it. It was fine. I think we're up there for a week because this is where our family lives. But it didn't really affect the wedding, but it was crazy. We had to go
So
deal with the car in the rain, and it was in this towing lot, and they were fucking being shitty to us about keeping it there for any amount of time. I just remember it was a nightmare.
tow truck people are awful. Well, that sounds shitty.
Yeah,
Sorry.
they're like mongoloids, right?
I mean, they're cool when they're pulling your car out of a ditch, but they suck when you're trying to retrieve a car and there's it's been there and you're like, well, it's gonna cost this much. Oh shit. I had a car stolen once and it got brought to it. So I had to pay to get my stolen car out. It
Yeah,
was
me too.
stupid.
Yeah, I had
Mhm.
when I was in my 20s, my car got stolen. They found it, and they put it in an impound. I had to pay $300 to get my own stolen car out. And yeah, that's fucking stupid. I mean, at the time, $300 was a lot to me.
It's a big deal, yeah. I remember.
Right now, I'd be like, whatever. Suck my dick. I gotta find fucking pants now. Fuck. All right, you ready, everyone? Let's go. Let's go. Come on, we're gonna go in the car now.
Hi, Nargis. Yo, Benjamin.
Hi. Hi, Sam. What's up?
I'm so happy this semester I got Fridays off. I'm happy as fuck about that. Yo, Benjamin, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here. Hi, Narcus.
Hey,
Hi,
did you
Benji.
see? Did you see the new space time video, Benjamin? It's like about some proposal, a possible way to detect gravitons.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think I've seen
Yeah, they
something. I'm
fucking
not,
how they do it. It was like not through
maybe not all of it.
like direct detection. Like we need to have a planet-size collider to fucking detect the, So they found what was it? I forget the method. It was like some kind of like
No.
fuck. What? I mean, no. They found
I
some
mean,
like
they
clever
haven't
ways to
done it.
detect them. I know they haven't verified
No.
it,
Yeah,
but they've right. But what? But they
it's a
have.
proposal. You gotta look. Check it out. You gotta build some kind of like cylinder made out of metal. You gotta cool that shit to almost absolute zero, so there's no noise basically
Right.
inside of it. And then you gotta pass gravitational waves of
Oh, they use like the
the
LIGO as well, right?
specific vibrational mode.
You bring. Why does your signal always
Yes.
suck? Is it because you're in some
Yeah.
like
Well,
crappy South American country, or what's going on?
no. LIGO's
I mean, yeah.
it's in the U.S. There's two. There's one in Louisiana and one in Washington State.
No, I meant
But
you. Like, why your signal's so bad all the
oh
time?
shit. Hold on.
I mean, for driving, it makes sense, but
It's Florida. So the answer is yes.
why do you live in Florida? It's the stupidest fucking state in the fucking union, man. Jesus Christ, man. My parents lived in Orlando for like a lot of my life, and I hated it. There's nothing to do there. It sucks.
Yeah, I
Winter
lived.
Park is like a fucking waste of my time.
I used to chill in Winter Park. It was a lot.
I know, but it's who cares? Like that's the most.
No.
It's like me going to fucking La Cañada or something to a. Fuck.
Oh, do you know about what's that name of that like music production college in Winter Park?
I know in Florida they have Full Sail.
Full Sail. Yeah, Full Sail.
Oh, that's the
Yeah,
one.
I have
Yeah. Every
two
kid I know that went to
friends.
Full Sail never knew fucking shit. I remember like the last time there was a kid that graduated. I'm like, all right, Full Sail kid, plug in this hard drive, and they just couldn't. They didn't know how to plug in a hard drive. I'm like, serious? You went to school for 4 years and spent like fucking $90 million?
I know, dude.
It's so bad.
This shit is expensive.
And
Or
it's kind
it's-
of in a catch-22 because I suggest don't go to music school. It's a waste of fucking time. I can just like punch you in the face for like 3 years and then you'll fucking learn a lot of shit. And but then like a lot of these studios won't allow you to even intern there now if you don't have a degree from a music college. And I didn't have to. I walked in off the street like cowboy days. But the studio I staffed at won't even allow that to happen anymore. So it kind of sucks. So now like, well, maybe you should go, but there's no work, man. Like if you're gonna be like me, good luck. Good fucking luck, man. But that's what people told me as well when I started. So they have to pave their own fucking path. There's no easy way to say that. Be open minded and be resourceful and smart. Or fail.
Yo, so Benjamin, so did you see that video I was talking
I
about?
didn't see it yet. I didn't see it yet. But I have heard that there's a renewed interest in quote gravitrons. Gravitons? What are the
Yeah.
chances that gravitons follow Maxwell's equation?
No, but they're gonna the graviton itself. No, it's gonna follow some probably some kind of Schrodinger type equation, not Maxwell's equations. Those are,
There's no charge.
but I mean, Maxwell's equations are also wave equations. They did and The whole point is, I mean, we already detected gravitational waves. The claim is that the gravitational waves themselves are made out of gravitons, just like electromagnetic waves are made out of photons. That's the idea. I'm almost certain they do exist. It's really hard to detect because gravity's so weak at the quantum scale. Electromagnetism is uh, millions or billions of times or something.
So you think that gravitons are not going to be a product of electromagnetic forces in the end?
They're not charged.
What's the charge of a photon?
Benjamin doesn't care. Benjamin is a
Wait,
crank,
what's the charge?
Agamemnon.
Wait. What's the charge of a photon?
No, yeah, photons aren't charged either. That's the
Oh,
point.
okay.
But
So you dispatch that objection.
no, but photons are the force carrying particle for charge. Like this is when two charged particles interchange electromagnetic force, interact electromagnetically. They're exchanging photons. That's what learn quantum theory, bro.
Sounds like photons are not charged.
You can say they're the exchange of charge or magnetism, electric or magnetic fields.
Your face is.
I think you should start hanging out with Agamemnon, Benjamin. You guys would get along.
I see what you're saying about information. How it needs to have a.
Yo, look at AJ's PTR. Dude, in the hallway, there's a room. The room that Gary and Marshall are in. It's called "Is Trump a Racist?" And it's
Yeah,
like,
target bait trigger.
no, but at this point, it's like, is Trump a racist? Is such an old topic. Like,
Yeah.
is way bigger charges now. Like, a way bigger accusations. It should be talking. Is Trump a pedophile or is he covering up for pedophiles? Fucking, is he racist? Is like 2016, bro.
Well, I think it's been determined he is a rapist, so now is he a pedophile?
Well, if he's not a pedophile, he's covering up for them.
No, isn't there allegations that he
Just as
had
bad
sex
as
with a 13-year-old? I mean,
Is
isn't that
Trump
the?
a rapist? That's the big
Yes, he
question.
is.
Is
Yeah.
Trump a racist? Like, fucking racist is so old school.
Right. That's what he was talking about. But yeah, AJ, that hat is funny as fuck. Pedophilia is okay now. See, that's the problem with our country, man. People will gravitate towards that and think it's okay. It's so fucked up. Our president did it.
They just normalize it, man. JC James.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
So
That's what
James,
money.
if you think it demonstrates poor decision making skills if somebody embraces and supports Trump, which I take it you do.
I do, yes.
Do you think that it also shows poor moral decisions if somebody embraces Mohammed?
If someone embraces what?
Mohammed.
Mah- I'm going to say yes,
Peace
especially
be
if they
upon him.
know, especially if they accept that what he did, right, with the Aisha thing. Yeah, of course, that's very poor
So
morals.
where do you sit with regard to Mandami?
Mandami, I'm agnostic on the Mandami topic, other than he's one of the mayors in New York, right?
Yeah, new
Yeah,
mayor.
yeah.
But he swore in on staff
Here
for
we go
office.
again.
And I just wondered if you had the same kind of exception to people who submit to Muhammad that you have
So
to people
because
who submit
Mandami,
to
yeah. I see where
Trump.
you're going. I see where you're going. Yeah. I would have to. Does Mandami accept Muhammad as a moral subject to follow? I don't know that.
Well, I think this is a question for Nargis. Nargis, I feel like you know more about Islam than I do. My
You
understanding of
feel that
Islam,
way? I'm pretty sure most of us in this room know that to be the case.
Nargis is an
I
atheist. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
but I think that she just knows more about Islam than I do. So I'm going to ask for her like respected opinion. Do you understand Islam to embrace Muhammad as the perfect example?
So this is Benjamin's brilliant new thing. So instead of talking about Mamdani and his policies and all that, his biggest criticism is Muhammad is a pedophile. It's fucking stupid. Hey, and I've never heard Mamdani even talk about Muhammad like on the campaign
But
trail or debate.
Mamdani comes from a different school of thought within Islam. You guys have to understand, like, the different like denominations in Islam. And Mamdani falls under what we call the Ismailis. They are more like esoteric, mystic school of thought, and they don't really care about like. And in fact, like they hold the position that they hold to academics, they hold to naturalism. They don't even believe in like miracles, etc. So they're a very forward school of thought within Islam, and they don't look anything like your traditional or conservative Islamists. And most of the
Hold on, wait.
time,
You said they don't believe in miracles?
they don't believe in miracles. They don't believe in like any such, like even the way they
What about
read script.
Revelation?
Yeah, so even a scripture is not like considered verbatim speech amongst them. It's just like inspiration. They don't hold to Muhammad's like the age of Aisha, in fact, being 9 or 6 or 9, because academia would like speak otherwise, like historical critical method. Like I think Dr. Joshua Little has a good paper on it, where he's kind of proved that her age could not have been between like or whatever, 6 or 9 or whatever. And they're quite like, they're very scientifically forward. They are big in like the arts, such as theater and things, music and things like that. So there are different denominations within Islam too. And Mamdani and
That's not
family.
true. A lot of what you said isn't that, like, just so you know, if
What
you
are you talking
actually
about?
want to, well, you don't think that Ismailis at all think
I
esoterically
want to run
about
the
They
card.
miracles.
do.
Just
They
a
think
second, dude.
esoterically
Dude, just
about
a second.
miracles for sure.
Their school of thought is an
Just a
esoteric school. In fact, they
second.
are also
Well,
removed
yeah,
from the very
but you
fold
said they don't
of
believe in
Islam.
miracles.
Dude, you cut off
They don't believe in
Nargis. That's
miracles.
one.
They do esoterically
Two,
speaking. Yes, they do.
don't tell people they are
Esoterically
wrong
speaking, perhaps.
when you have a different opinion or understanding.
I mean, Dr. Khalil
Figuratively
Andani is a good
speaking,
example. He was on the SAP. He also teaches
and
in
then you can
Harvard.
offer that you have a different perspective. Like, from
Yeah.
my understanding, it's different. Okay, Nargis.
I
Sorry for
just
the
know them to
interruption.
be such. So I don't, I mean, whatever I know of them is from whatever anecdotal experience and just reading their literature. They're a very interesting school within Shia Islam. And I don't think they fall among the conservatives or the traditionalists. Don't accept them as like one amongst them, obviously, for obvious reasons. But Dr. Khalil Andani is a good example. On this app, he used to visit often and hold rooms. That's how I know about them.
Is perhaps like the most educated Ismaili on the planet today.
They sound like Episcopalians. I like it.
Yeah,
Like they
they
strongly
don't
hold
believe
to
anything
things
in the
like
book.
divine simplicity and Neoplatonism. They're very open to like all kinds of, different systems of thought that are rationalist. So they're an interesting group, I think, of people.
So
You So should
can
look look up
can
the
I
Aga Khan.
Al Khani is that's correct. That group.
can
Well,
I
he's the head
redirect the
of the
question?
Ismaili.
Yeah, yeah, that's correct.
I want to redirect the question back to James. James, because Nargis, being quite the expert, has indicated that Mamdani belongs to a group of people that regard Muhammad as with more distance, shall we say, and not necessarily as a model, not necessarily miraculous, not necessarily even a prophet, just an interesting dude who wrote a book. Are you more comfortable with Mamdani now?
What you said is also inaccurate.
No, I didn't say
Like
any of that.
you said exactly. You interpreted her words to mean that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not at all in line
Well,
with what
JCC heard
Ismaili
everything she said
theology.
anyway, so
He's like an
he can
archetype,
decide.
right?
He can decide for himself how he wants to frame. But
Okay.
JCC, do you feel better now having heard what Nargis said about Mamdami's particular sect of Islam?
Yeah. I know more about it. So yeah.
Right.
But I didn't feel
So
bad about Mandami from the get go. Mandami,
no, you
like
didn't.
she said, didn't mention anything about his religious
I'm
practice
sure.
at all.
Okay, so now I have a follow-up question. If you knew somebody who supported Trump, but they didn't see Trump as a like problematic character who tried to upset the election and was a predator and is on the Epstein list and said I grabbed them by the pussy, but instead they just as uh, maybe the person that was the worst of two options and less likely to support abortion, shall we say. So they have this like interpretation of Donald Trump that you don't understand because it's ahistoric. But nonetheless, aren't they entitled to their own interpretation of Trump? And can't you change how you view your fellow man simply based on how they um, perceive Donald Trump?
Wait, I'm not denying anybody their ability to perceive someone how they perceive them, right? So I don't know what you're getting at.
Well, you said you'd have a problem with somebody that supported Donald Trump, and now I'm asking you, would you have a problem with
Yeah, but
somebody?
you change the I guess you kind of move the goalpost a little bit, right? You change the
A little bit.
information being provided, right, based on just
If you understood that that person completely reinterpreted Trump and supported the reinterpretation of Trump that he's
like the
trying
lesser two evils.
to,
However, Trump supports their abortion
he loves
subject, right?
children. He's a
So that
father
they're going to vote
figure.
for him just because Trump doesn't want people to have the reproductive women to have the ability to abort. So yeah, in that
What if
regards, I
they
would still say that's not a good reason to vote for him.
no, but is there a way they could reinterpret Trump? Maybe they just reinterpret Trump as a kind of Santa Claus character
Yeah,
who
I have no problem with people interpreting Trump, right? However,
okay, well, can you
what are you doing?
just well, I'm just asking if there's room for
Room
us
for
to just
what?
reimagine Trump and then deal with people based on their reimagination.
Can you reimagine Trump in what way now? That he's
Well,
not a
let's say a
bad guy
person,
because he supports their
yeah,
abortion views.
exactly. Well,
Yeah,
let's
so
say that
I still think that's a bad guy.
so there's no way that Trump could be reinterpreted.
Not for me.
But there
If
is, but you accept the fact that Mandami completely reinterprets a character who actually, historical by all the records, did in fact marry a girl at 6 and slept with her at 9.
You're
now we're talking
hilarious.
about Mandami. Mandami didn't mention his
Well, I'm just
beliefs.
fascinated, JC, by your
I'm glad you're
ability
fascinated.
to accept the reinterpretation of one character and your inability to accept a completely fabricated reinterpretation of another character. I feel like if you were consistent, you would say something like this. Yeah,
I think I've
if
been
somebody wants
consistent the whole
to
time. I think I've been
if
consistent the
somebody
whole time
wants to
dialoguing with you.
imagine a fantasy version of Trump in their mind and support Trump, I'm cool with that.
Well, where'd fantasy part of Trump come in play?
Well, because if somebody wants to reimagine a fantasy version of Muhammad and
Well,
support their fantasy version of Muhammad, you seem to be very comfortable with that
no, where did I say
reimagining the
someone's
fantasy
interpreting the?
version.
Where did I say
Well,
they're interpreting?
everything that Nargis said about this particular sect was that they reimagine a fantastic reinterpretation of
No,
history
it's
in
an
which
No,
academic
Muhammad is
version.
none of
she
those
It's
didn't
things.
say
not a
that.
Yes, he
fantasy,
is.
it's an
I'd
academic
like to add
version.
one huge difference, Benjamin, which is clearly obvious to me, maybe not obvious to you. Muhammad has been arguably dead for over 1,000 years, and Trump is alive right now. Just wanted to remind you of that fact.
That's a good distinction.
I think it's
But
just
yeah, Nargis was
Nargis.
pointing out the academic side, not the mystical side. So I don't know what you're doing, dude.
Yeah, it's not a fantasy version.
Yeah, there's no
It's
fantasy involved, and even with the Trump interpretation, there's no fantasy. The interpretation
it's what
of
the
Trump
academics
supporting.
say about him. That's
I don't. So Benjamin, I still don't know what your goal is with this dialogue with me. What are you trying to do?
This is the highest
I'm just
level of political discussion Benjamin is capable of.
there. You go.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go, boys and girls.
so Benji, the very academically prone is what I was trying to say. Like the entire group doesn't like hold to just traditionalism, right? Which
Wait a minute.
like
I just want to make sure I heard that right. Did I hear Benji?
Benji, yeah, Benjamin.
I love that.
I said Benjamin.
Benji. Oh, I
I've
love
known
Benji.
Benjamin for a while, so
Well, that's the joy of having a woman speak, right? They're so nice.
No, I'm using Benji from
I've
now
known
on.
him
I
for a
love
while.
that.
Stop
Oh
it.
my
I've
gosh.
known Benjamin for a while.
Well, I think everybody will prefer hearing Benji from you instead of
Yeah,
Benjamin.
because people make fun of me
Because
saying
you can pronounce it.
Benjamin
That's
or
right.
Benjamin. It's so much easier to say Benji.
It's
I'll call you
Benjamin.
Stevie if you want, Steve. What the heck, man?
No, I'm using Benji from now on. I love Benji.
I prefer Benny G.
We were thinking about calling him Uncle Benji. What do you think, Steve? Uncle Benji?
I think Brother Benjamin is what I prefer you to
I
call me.
think you should call him whatever makes you happy. But from this point on, I'm calling him Benji.
Whatever. You have to love Benji to call him Benji.
Yeah, it's a term of endearment, Steve. I don't know that that's really how you want to come off, but you do you, man.
Benji, I am doing me.
Better
Just
than
keep
goats.
that private, please.
Nargis,
He's the one that brought it up. He's the
I'm glad
super mod in the room, the one with the green butthole on the upper left.
I'm glad somebody can help you bring it up, Steve.
Benji,
Nargis,
it's my pleasure. I'm here to help.
did do people in this sect think that Muhammad was the prophet of God and that he wrote the Quran?
Yeah, so they do revere him as an archetype, right? He's not just another guy. So
But isn't
using like
archetype
archetype,
another word for example?
yeah. So an
Okay,
example
so
of like, mm-hmm.
he's the perfect example.
mm, I haven't looked into that, but
Mhm.
there is reverence towards him. Also, they would include like Krishna, for example, who is the archetype within like Hinduism. They also have great reverence for Ali, who is like the source of wisdom within Islam. So it's an interesting group of like mystical group, esoteric sort of understandings within the Islamic system. They're very different than the usual traditionalists or the conservatives. They're not conservative.
I'm not
Benji, I think
conservative.
Muhammad was absolutely not a god. But then again, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in gods, anyways. Muhammad was just a dude who wanted to bang young.
Well, Steve, Muhammad was never claimed to be a god. He's a prophet of Allah.
In
So
other
you're
words, he
mistaken.
spoke to God. Yes, correct. And thank you for clarifying that, JCC. You're absolutely right.
You bet.
My answer still remains no. He didn't speak to God because God doesn't.
Right. When he actually didn't even speak to God either, he spoke to an angel. Gabriel came to Muhammad in the cave and passed the message.
Yeah,
Well, if you're gonna bang underage girls, no place better to do it than a cave.
bro. Stevie, what is this, Uncle Steve?
So I think that at least Steve and I agree on one thing, that Epstein and Muhammad have the same proclivities.
I
Does
didn't bring
anybody
up
want
Epstein, Benji.
does anybody want to argue otherwise? That they don't have the same proclivities?
Oh, you need to prove that Muhammad did such a thing in history to begin with.
And
Well,
Muhammad didn't have
Aisha
a wife
writes in her own
bringing young girls to him, so
Aisha
there's a
writes her
difference there.
experience in her own
Yeah, and
memoirs
so
that she
says
was married at
Bukhari,
age
right?
6
Well,
and bedded at age
Benji,
9.
Mohammed was arguably a pedophile, which he was a pedophile, which arguably means prepubescent. There's no evidence that Epstein was messing around with prepubescent girls, just
Oh, so
underage girls.
you're gonna make the argument that Muhammad is even a more disturbed character than Epstein.
I'm
Okay.
going to make the argument that there's no evidence whatsoever that Epstein was recruiting girls that were younger than 13. No evidence whatsoever. Tons of evidence of teenage girls underage. But
Man,
Muhammad married
There
a
is evidence of
6-year-old
that.
and banged a 9-year-old. So there you
Yeah,
making
so can you
distinctions of
provide
different
evidence for
kinds
Wait a
of
that?
minute.
pedophilia is creepy.
Hey, it was
Can
Benji, your super butthole in the upper left, that brought up comparisons between Muhammad and Epstein, not me.
Gentlemen, is there not another dimension to consider here? Like, what were the norms of the time? Because, it's easy to kind of get sidelined looking through the, rose-colored glasses of the present, right? But what was the practice at the time? And
I'll tell you
furthermore, I
what. I'll
mean,
tell you
That
what the
is
practice was not,
assuming.
sir.
That
I'll
is
tell you what the
assuming.
practice was not, sir. To marry a
mhm,
6-year-old. That was not
okay,
the practice. Oh,
good. And second, the
whether he did it or not isn't so relevant as to whether people believe he did it and continue to hold him up as an icon of how to be. That is problematic if
I
it
think
true
that
if it
that's
is
fair.
factual.
Well,
I
sir,
would argue the
it's not
historical fact.
important, sir. It's not
Yeah.
important to
Wait,
you.
Steve. Wait, Steve.
Okay,
Steve.
Benji, you're the boss.
He
Whatever you say.
here's the problem. He wasn't done speaking, and you're using your kind of powerful fake ass radio voice to talk over the top of him.
My
So don't do
radio
that.
voice is not fake ass. It's real, Benji.
Yeah, yeah. Just let Richard finish his point, okay?
It's kind of finished. I was just saying that whether he did it or not is irrelevant to the fact that people believe he did it and then hold him up as an icon.
Are you finished speaking, sir?
I'm done. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm done.
It may not be important to you, but it's important to hundreds of millions, if not billions of other people. I realize you don't put yourself in that category.
It's not important to.
I was
Well, I
referring
don't
to
know
the
how it can be important. I don't know how it can be important to people if they just don't have access to the information. Like
no, and you
history is a bitch
misunderstood.
that way,
I
Steve.
understood perfectly, sir. You said
I
it's
was
not important. It's
Wait a minute,
there's
Steve. You're
no, no,
something.
doing
no.
it again, Steve.
Oh,
You're
I
doing
I'm
it
sorry.
doing
I
it
again.
thought
again.
he was
Yeah.
finished.
Let
Benji, I
let
was
him
wrong. I'm
finish.
sorry, Benji. Please.
Right.
Give him some space.
To the current conversation, to what we're trying to establish here, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you finished, sir? And
I'm done.
apparently you are. Well, um, you may be
So,
right,
Steve,
and
I
the
just want to point out that something worse is happening. Which not only are you cutting him off on his words, you're also cutting him off on his thoughts, and he's not able to finish his thoughts.
Well,
Please
Steve
let him
excels at that.
have his thought, and then let him finish it, please. Be
I have
curious about Richard,
I
Steve.
have a
Be
thought too.
curious. All right. All right, Steve. Do you have a complete thought?
I
And
do.
then we'll.
I do. If the
All right. What's that?
gentleman, if the gentleman wants to blame somebody for drawing the comparison today, blame the super mod, the green butthole. His name is Benji. Up left,
That's excellent. Well,
because
anyway,
Benji is the one
Well,
that initially drew the comparison.
it's Andy's
it
turn,
was
Steve.
said that I'm not here. I have no interest in defending Muhammad, but it was said that whatever the marriage practices were of the time, forget how he said it, they definitely didn't marry young girls. I just based on a quick Google search. I don't think it's true. It sounds like marriage contracts were often arranged with pretty young girls, and they may not have been consummated until later. But it sounds like that was a practice of the time, kind of arranged marriages. And it apparently wasn't criticized by contemporaries. Uh, that I mean, we can think it's gross. I think it is, but I'm judging from now, not then. So whoever, I think it was Steve who said that wasn't the practice at the time. What, what's your evidence for that?
Yes, that's right. I said it was not the regular practice of the time for 6-year-old children to get married. That's exactly what I said.
Are you sure? Why do you?
Do you need me to provide evidence that it wasn't the practice of the
Well,
time for
I
six
just
year
look,
olds to get
I
married?
just
You really want me to prove it up?
I just looked it up and
Yeah.
found
And
that it
what does it
was
say?
it
What you looked up?
it was
Did you listen
common.
to what
It
Hero
was,
said?
yeah. I don't think it. No, it was common practice.
To marry. So key point is arranged marriage. Consummated was much later.
Ah, and
Big difference.
arranged. Yeah, arranged.
Well, also the key term to recognize here is consummation.
Yes, that's a key term. Also, a key term is arranged because arranged marriages were not common of the time either. They happened, but they were certainly not common.
Where are you speaking? What kind of experience are you speaking from here?
I'm speaking
Are
from
you a,
my. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you
are
were
you a
finished asking your
historian?
question.
Are you a historian of the times, or are you just saying that because you think it's gross?
Well, I'm definitely not saying it because I think it's gross. I'm also definitely not a historian of the times. Now, if you're asking me where I'm getting my information, I'll be happy to answer. From the hundreds, if not thousands, of hours that I have spent not only researching the topic online, but speaking to people. But if you don't believe what I'm saying is true, and you absolutely really need me to produce the receipts, I'll be happy to do it.
So Hero just looked it up, and it was quite common practice to have these young marriages occur and then consummated later.
I strongly suspect, and again, I don't know what Hero looked up. I'll believe whatever Hero says, but I strongly suspect that he looked up for families that got arranged marriages what was common for the time. If he wants,
No,
he might want to, if indeed that's what he did, and I don't know, I'll believe whatever Hero says. He might want to say what percentage of marriages back then were arranged and what percentages were not arranged and then go from there.
I simply asked, what were the marriage practices during Muhammad's times?
And it came up with it was common for
I,
6-year-olds to get married.
I would, yeah, I would not ask a super leading question. That's not how you get good results, right?
Actually, ask a super leading question is how you get specific, more specific
It's how
actual
you get
results.
the
Yes.
answer you want, but I wasn't trying to do that.
Okay, well tell you what. Okay, you did your research which says it was common practice 1100 years ago around the world for 6-year-olds to get
No,
married.
no,
No.
stop. You
He,
are
he
Okay.
so
never
fucking
said that
weird,
either,
dude.
Steve.
Okay, well then
There's
I'm
not a,
misunderstanding because I thought the question was how
it's
common
fucking
was
dumb,
it
dude.
for a 6-year-old to get married? Because that's what I commented on. I said it wasn't common at all.
In Mohammed's time
Yes,
and
1100 years ago. That's
culture,
Muhammad's time.
yeah, not all over the world. In Mohammed's culture, that's oh, fuck,
In his
dude.
time and place. I think
Oh,
you
Yeah.
just have to be.
okay. So we're only talking about his little geographical place. We're not talking around the world.
Why would we be
Okay.
talking about?
Yeah, that was implied, Steve, but you
It
didn't
was
pick it up.
implied, but
Who
it
did?
wasn't said, Benji. Yeah, that's
Correct.
definitely what I
Correct.
said, Benji.
Guys, you gotta be a little more explicit. You're dealing with a total fucking moron.
Yes, Benji, I'm sorry that you're a total fucking moron. I would never say that, but I'm glad you did. You know, when you throw in the caveat, not only Muhammad's time, but Muhammad's little community. Yeah, you throw that in, it changes the whole question.
Why, if you're gonna if you're gonna do a little research on common practices, why would I be searching for common practices in like South America during Muhammad's time? Like that makes a lot of sense, right? Uh,
Maybe you would
yeah,
want to do other countries in the Middle East around Muhammad's time and not Muhammad's little geographical
I never
community.
said his little jig.
Okay, you know what? I
Uh,
don't want to talk about this anymore. You guys
good.
can.
It is an
I don't want to
uncomfortable
talk about it.
topic. It's the stupidity that's uncomfortable to me, but right. So, what else should we talk about?
JJ
What's
again?
the flavor of this of Islam that was mentioned that Mamdani is a part of? I
Oh,
meant
it's really esoteric, isn't it? Yeah.
it sounds like Episcopalians, like like newcomer cocktail parties and things like that. Like I can get on board with that.
There you go.
Belief is kind of optional.
I think Richard made a salient point.
Me too.
And I don't think it's accidental, by the way, that Mohammed, in the belief structure and this, Mohammed is marrying 6-year-olds. I think that um, this may even just be kind of like a cultural fabrication for a group of people that want to be able to sleep with the 9-year-olds. I don't know if they made it up, but somebody wanted to do that. Somebody did it, and somebody's using religion to justify it.
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
precedent for that. The branch
well, I mean, just in
Davidians. Oh,
general. Oh, so go ahead, Richard.
I was just making a quick injection. The branch Davidians, didn't David Koresh do some of the similar things? So he could sleep with the
Hmm.
young girls in his community. Yeah, so it's not. Go ahead.
No, I mean that's an excellent point. I was going to say, just more broadly speaking, as well. I think it goes without saying that a lot of religion is
codified, cultural norms and practices of a period, plus it reifies those cultural norms and practices of a period. So I'm not an expert on these specific questions that, have been debated in the room or talked about, but I think we can safely say that if something was completely out of the norm, usually you see that called out in other texts. So if somebody is doing something that is completely unorthodox or really strident, then oftentimes that's actually contextualized as well. So I again, not an expert on the whole Aisha thing, but I think we see that with a lot of, especially Old Testament texts. They're prescriptive, they reify norms, and they're kind of recording them at the same time under religious terms, right? So that's all I was going to say, which is probably goes without saying.
How are you, Michael? Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, T. I've been well. I always enjoy these rooms because I get to hear debates about things that are far afield from my normal day to day. I'm more excited and working on a lot of the stuff that's been shaking up the markets as of late. A lot of the agentic loops and everything coming for everyone, and the end of SaaS and all the fun things that everybody's talking about as Bitcoin crashes. And I'm just kind of,
Yeah,
watching it from afar.
the stock market crashed because LinkedIn learned about Claude Code and MCP.
Exactly. It's
right?
so foolish.
It's amazing.
So foolish. So anyway, I can't say too much on that because of where I work and SEC guidelines. But what I will say is I'm always amazed at the external hysteria and how things are interpreted, with the current news cycle these days. But that's a whole different discussion.
Well, you'll be pleased to know I took one look at Claude.bot, said insufficient, decided to write something better with more powerful primitives and self-evolution as a primitive into and of itself. And I'm really excited for how it's going because it seems to be learning really, really well now that I gave it persistent memory forever across everything using vector search.
Wow, that's really cool. Most people are just, well, anyway, let's geek out later. I just realized I was about to talk about memory files and how you were going to optimize that, but instead, for the room and the sake of the room, we can chat later about that. But excited to hear and not surprised that you're enjoying that.
Yeah, a little bit of secret sauce and building entirely in the open. Everything's on GitHub and happening, with a crew of people who are all very excited for what it is we're doing. So excited to just, excited to be in the moment. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely do. Speaking of the moment, how's everyone doing today? I'm assuming your days were filled with interesting debates beyond the last 5 minutes. But Benjamin, Richard, how are you?
Good.
Pretty good. Waiting for the big event tonight, which I'm sure you're part of.
Might
When does
wait
it
a little
start? Is it
longer.
7 or 8?
Oh, it got
Is it 8
canceled,
o'clock?
Rich. It got canceled, Richard.
Oh, no
Big event's
surprise.
canceled.
Cancelled by who and why?
The person in question.
He
The
walked to the
lawyers,
line
the
and then he
lawyers
turned.
got
Huh?
involved and said, no, 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 no.
I think he saw the shitstorm coming and decided to go left. Well, good for him.
Well, my understanding is he consulted a lawyer, and the lawyer said, "Don't do it."
It was a dumb move, really. Really.
Well, it may be a necessary
Well,
move, and without it, we just move to stage 2.
There was a lot of chatter, and maybe if we were all quieter about it, it would have happened.
To what are you all referring?
Oh boy,
There was a person.
really?
There's a person on this app by the name of Hermes that is a registered sex offender and now lives out of the country. So that registry cannot be used anymore as evidence. But the discussion was Pro interviewing Hermes on his past history and like how to put that to the side and allow him to be in rooms to discuss and have conversation, because having him in a room is uncomfortable because of his registry.
Wow. I love how it seems like we just can't escape discussions around
It seems
child
to be,
sex offenders.
it seems to be the hot topic currently, right? Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, so it sounds like he's been advised by counsel not to have an open discussion on an app where it may be recorded. But
Well, his
I didn't even realize.
situation is
Yeah.
infinitely more complicated by the fact that he was picked up by ICE and
Wow.
deported to Mexico City.
All
So
according to
there's a lot
him, of
to.
course, which
Was
I
it
it
Mexico
seemed to be
City?
true.
I thought he was somewhere in the Yucatan or something.
Mexico,
I got the impression it
he's been
was
sending
Mexico
photos from
City.
Mexico City. Yeah.
Jane
How do
is
you all?
here. I
How do you
invited
feel
Jane
about
up.
that? I mean, Benjamin, for instance, like how do you're an
How
iconoclast.
do I feel about?
Oh, but I think about
Well,
sharing space with someone that in a registry, things like that.
well, my first instinct is that I don't think you should go after one person and try to dox them and try to do a background check on one person because you've obviously singled somebody out. And I think that if you're going to go set up an apparatus to dox somebody, then you are signing up to set up an apparatus to dox everybody and background check everybody. So for me, it's either everybody or nobody. So I wouldn't have gone about. I wouldn't have, you know, started this journey. But my feeling is that I verified for myself. Hermes just doesn't tell the truth about things that are easily verifiable. So there's that, and it causes a good deal of conflict. I don't think that everybody's on the same page in terms of how we ought to behave in those ways. My professional understanding is that you are either obligated to do background checks or you are not. And you shouldn't confuse where you are. But if you start singling people out for special treatment, then you're that kind of a person. And I mostly try to avoid being that kind of a person myself.
I see.
I
I
just think that there's
oh, go ahead.
there's an obvious difference between doxing someone and a personal recommendation about someone, especially when their integrity is at question. And when somebody's whose integrity is at question, um, when somebody else comes forth with knowledge of that person that that relates to their integrity, that's a little bit different, right? That's not me going and performing a background check on someone. That's not what happened at all, right? It's simply not the case that I did a background check on anyone, right? This is simply somebody has experience with this person, and this is their personal experience with them. And part of that personal experience with them happens to be background knowledge about them.
Yeah, I feel like for me, I'm with Benjamin in the sense that an app or a platform has to have certain standards, and then when you start to bend those standards, that becomes difficult. It's even more confused when you have an app that kind of has a meta standard or meta organization with admins and self-policing, similar to Reddit. I understand that kind of becomes tough because then you also have the sort of rules of a room, space, or house, plus the sort of community guidelines and TOS of a platform. So for me, my own just usage of platform standard is if I'm in a room and there's someone that is someone that could cause deleterious harm to my reputation or to uh, my well-being, because these apps are pseudonymous and people record them, then I usually just try to exit the room. So I don't know about this person in question, but personally, it's not about whether or not they deserve a voice. It's more about, I unfortunately have to live a life outside of this app, and it's a professional life. And therefore, I am not interested in sharing spaces where I could be conflated as either being supportive
Compromised.
of or engaging with someone. That's right. Simple as that. So that's my own
Trying to
personal
keep
credo here. But
your Epstein number. You're trying to keep your Epstein number up.
that's right.
Got it. Well done, sir. Although if you really want to get rich, by the way, a low Epstein number is a good indicator.
By the way, I've not heard that term. I obviously know that term in academia, but your Epstein number is amazing. I love
Thanks.
What is
Well,
it,
by being
Benjamin?
in the room, it went down a notch probably. So there should be a disclaimer on in the room title.
We had a question. Who? Was it
Oh, it's
Jane?
me, Benjamin. What is the Epstein
Hi,
number?
Jane.
And hi, thanks for inviting me.
Of course so.
I'll Google it, but like, what is the Epstein
I
number?
don't think you'll get a good response, but AI might be able
At
to
this
figure out what an
point,
Epstein number is. It almost describes itself, but basically it's how many people are required for you to draw the shortest affiliation link between yourself and Epstein. For me, it might be something like 2, because I have been in the room with a guy named Dean Kamen, who founded First Robotics, shows up at all the First Robotics events as the founder and speaks to everybody in the room. Now, I've never shook his hand, or, even he doesn't know me from Adam. So maybe this doesn't count. But if it did count, for example, I would have an Epstein number of 2, because he is photographed spending quality time. Is that a quote? Quality time with Epstein?
Yeah, so there's
got it, got it.
a tradition in academia with regards to citations, and you want to see like your Einstein number, like you were cited in a paper with this other person, who was also cited in a paper with this other person, right? That type of thing, who was then cited in a paper with this person, and that's that's your person number. In entertainment, this is famously recreated as 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, which is famously a
That's where
website
my
which
mind went. So
which
thank you for.
demonstrates that everybody is connected to Kevin Bacon by less than 6 degrees, or 6 degrees or less.
I have one. Thank you, T.
I didn't
Well,
realize
the,
Dean Kamen was connected to Epstein like that. I actually did get to shake his hand.
Did that just
I did
does that just lower your Epstein number? Sorry.
Exactly. I'm down to 2.
Shit.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
I did.
He's a profligate guy in that way, right? I mean, he has probably lowered the Epstein numbers of a lot of people.
Yeah, he was at a lot of social events. So this was actually, I met him at an event probably a decade ago for the X Prize in LA, and he was connected to that organization.
Right.
And boy, did he have an addiction to wearing full body denim. So that should have been my first clue.
Oh yeah, he does, doesn't he?
is that a red flag?
He loves his denim.
Yeah. No, that should have been a clue. I mean, in retrospect, you realize now that he was a creep.
Yeah,
That would be
it
an
was
interesting.
anyway.
That's generous, Benjamin. That's generous.
That'd be an interesting index on its own. Like how many people have been. Does your existence? Uh, uh, how many people are you lowering the score of? Like if I like if I wasn't there,
Right.
how many people would not be connected or
Right,
something?
right.
I
No,
can't articulate this very
It's
well.
your connector.
Dean. Well, no.
Also,
This is a good
relational
one.
strength. If one of
It's
us
Well,
it's
has
the
been
bloody
there,
it's kind of like
the Bloody
the
Mary
research
effect.
impact,
Well,
the
no,
research impact model,
because
right?
you can
Yeah.
play 2 degrees of humanity, right? You can say that you and I are linked because you and I are a eukaryote. You can just go, or just a mammal, right? You just go mammal and you have a common
Oh,
ancestor.
it's not Bloody Mary. It's Typhoid Mary. But it's like a super spreader. Dean Cain is like a super spreader in the Epstein number category. Yeah, this would be like a paper
Epstein
that
Mary.
has 175
named authors on it, right? Some kind of junk paper.
Yes, just for the sole purpose of downing people's academia number,
Einstein
right?
number.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. Super spreader event. So, Michael,
Yes, sir.
appreciating this, right? That you want to avoid, you want to avoid complete. You know, you want to keep your Epstein number low. Now,
Yeah.
I have been arguing the last couple of days that your Muhammad number is just as important because Muhammad also was a pedophile, and
Okay.
so people who put their hand on a stack of Qurans, for example, when they're sworn into
I see.
office, you know, have a very low Muhammad number. And I don't know,
I
like,
see.
would you feel more comfortable being in the room with somebody who thought Epstein was a decent guy, or somebody who thought Muhammad was a decent guy?
Yeah. No, I mean, well, as usual, you come with the right and provocative questions. I appreciate it. I think that somebody saying Epstein is a decent guy versus Muhammad, I guess the way my mind would parse it, because there would be a lot of cognitive dissonance, I won't lie. The way my mind would parse it is, Muhammad's an idea and Epstein is a person at this point? And are they saying Muhammad's a decent guy from a statement of kind of religious distance and reverence, or are they saying Muhammad's a decent guy because of, they're huge fans of to what you were talking about earlier, these very specific salacious incidents that don't really map to modern moral codes? And so if
Yeah,
if it was the latter, well, hold on, just to finish my thought. So if it was the latter, if they were like, yeah, love that, and I've seen that, by the way, if they were like, I love that, I'm all for that, I actually think that our current morality isn't timeless, and what that is representing a timeless act, I would be extremely uncomfortable. But if they were, walking around that and really trying to minimize that and then talking about other areas, I would have less discomfort. I'm not saying it's perfect, but less discomfort than I would, for instance, with somebody saying Epstein is a swell guy. And that's how I would answer your question.
So MIT actually did this, right? After Epstein was convicted of sexual predation, and you can check the records on this. MIT upper staff actually had a protocol in place to diminish his criminality and sweep it under the rug and ignore it and etc. and pretend it didn't happen. So they were cozying up to him, knowing that he was this kind of guy. But just to be fair, they weren't saying that he's the very model of a modern major pedophile. They were just saying he is, he's got some money, and if you're nice to him, it rains money.
Right.
So you can look the other way. Now that's one way of dealing with somebody, right? Now in the other case of Muhammad, weirdly, the religious construct of Muhammad is that he is the person God chose, not merely to be a prophet, but to be the last and final prophet.
Right.
He's the very model of a modern major Muslim. And you're supposed to live your life, wipe your butt, in fact, in the very way that he wipes his butt. Marry in the same way that he married. And, and many Muslims have 4 wives. This is perfectly acceptable because Muhammad had 4 wives. So he is the exemplar. That's a different relationship.
Totally. And what I would say there is, in my actual engagement with coworkers and people who are working in, Western society, when I've had just high level conversations with them about sort of their relationship, both with their religion and also their understanding of Muhammad, I find that there is a lot of dismissing, a lot of compartmentalization, and this isn't very similar, frankly, to how a lot of modern Christians treat the Old Testament, right? A lot of this idea of dismissing problematic text or compartmentalizing them as historical artifacts versus what you're talking about, which is other believers I've heard who do believe that these concepts were timeless, that these elements are showing moral rectitude and actually that we're living out of this sort of rectitude. So anyway, I guess what I'm getting at is I've seen different flavors of belief here, and I've seen different ways of handling it. And those who are in alignment with it do come into this issue you're talking about. And those who are out of alignment with it have this cognitive dissonance that you are alluding to with MIT wanting to collect and take Epstein's money. So I don't know. That's I've observed something similar, I guess, is what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I would just point out that the lyrics to the Epstein song, the I am the model of a modern major pedophile. Those lyrics write themselves, don't they?
I'm sure AI can finish that for you, by the way,
You remember that
without
Oingo
too much
Boingo
effort.
song? I love little girls.
Okay, I gotta run by the way, guys, but we'll
Have you
talk
ever,
later.
dude? That's exactly what that video and song is talking about from Oingo Boingo back in like 19, I don't know, 85, 82, 82, 81, 83, something like that.
I just think it's so interesting that we have a pretty good head on our shoulders when it comes to what's acceptable these days. We think slavery's not acceptable, pedophile
Not
not
everyone.
acceptable, genocide not acceptable. We're doing pretty good there, right? But then, as
Not
soon as
everyone.
you lift up your religious glasses and look through the weird patina of your ancient textbook, suddenly all of these things get mixed up and they go out of focus.
Hey, Benjamin, what do you think about this overlap? I haven't hit you up with this, and I know it's not in the Torah, but if you had a, well, I don't know where it's. Yeah, maybe it is in the Torah. Where is the story of the Lucifer being kicked out of heaven? Where's that found? Is that somewhere else, like in Revelation or something? Like, where's that found? You know?
I am not sure where that is.
Is Lucifer even in the Torah?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know where it is. But
I
this
thought
is
they
the
invented the
overlap.
devil.
You might
Here's
actually
the
be
point I'm
right.
getting to, though, just really quick, is
Yeah.
just that it's similar to how Catholic priests roll, right?
It's similar to how Catholic priests roll. I don't understand.
I thought they invented the devil in the New Testament. I could be wrong, though. I don't know. And I also heard they invented like heaven and hell in the New Testament. I don't know. Michaela might know. Where the Jews at when you need them.
Yeah, I was just saying it's similar to how the Lucifer was a bad boy, right? Up in heaven with God and angels. No humans, nothing to, nothing to corrupt them, but somehow corruption ensued in heaven with God. And so then he's relocated to a different parish to wreak havoc elsewhere.
No.
He decided
Well,
to become a
yeah, no,
talking snake.
yeah. I think that's a Zoroastrian syncretism.
Do you believe in talking snakes, Benjamin?
Oh, you know I'm a skeptic, right?
I thought you were Zoroastrian.
I am somebody who thinks that Zoroastrianism explains a lot of what modern religious people think,
And I'm a person who believes it's a much better religious framework than the Torah for getting to any kind of moral comprehension. But to
I
suggest
don't
that
know
I
about
actually
that.
believe the story, that would be a bridge too far.
But what do you think about that anchor I just made? Is that funny, or like see how it all
Yeah,
relates?
yeah,
It
yeah,
all
yeah. Actually,
intertwines,
it
dude.
is quite funny.
It all look, it's like normalization, right? Like everyone acts like, oh, but back in the olden days it was fine. That's always the thing, right? Oh, well, back in the olden days it was fine.
Well, that was a long time ago. That was then, this is now. I think that was then, this is now conflicts with all the timelessness of morality and the claims that God is the same and He knows, He's all wise, and that morality is objective,
Sure.
and that you can get objective morality from God.
Right, it just supports
If all of that is
circumstantial.
true, why would it
Yeah.
be, well, so circumstantial, as you
Yeah,
say?
just that's all it supports. Like that's why when they ask me a question, these guys, these dummies, they're always like, "Well, what do you think?" And I go, "Well, it depends on the circumstance," and they just can't wrap their head around that because they don't think like that, right? But then you just look at what their model is, and their model is circumstantial morality and ethics.
Oh, Steve is here. So we have a Jewish person here. Hey, Steve,
Yeah, I
do you
wanted I
know?
wanted to ask you before you guys start, if I may, Benji, what's the latest with Hermes? Yes, no, maybe.
There'll be no Hermes.
There'll be no Hermes. Okay, sorry to
Full
interrupt, guys.
stop.
Yes, yes, a Jewish person is.
You
You heard
mean,
that, Benjamin?
is your atheism more important, Steve, or your Judaism? You think?
Definitely is Judaism.
Then why isn't it
Now, playing.
Ask the Jew?
Steve, do you
Why doesn't
know
he call
if
a show Ask the Jew? See,
that's Benjamin's big question? But anyway, Steve, do you know if the devil or Lucifer is a character in the Old Testament, or is it like a New Testament creation or
I don't.
invention?
I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish with your question. The last
No,
thing in
no,
the
that's
world
it.
I
Sorry.
want to do is cut you off.
The question, if it's invention or if it's does it appear in the Old Testament?
You were. I don't know about anybody else, but it sounded to me like you were heavily in the matrix during your question. Did you want to re-ask it, or
Me?
now I can't hear you at all? I did hear devil. I heard New Testament, Old Testament,
Okay,
but
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
yes, yes, sir.
Okay, I said, do you know if Lucifer is an Old Testament, I mean, a New Testament invention, or does he appear in the Old Testament as well? Like at least as like the Christian conception of Lucifer. I mean, because we all know there's a talking snake in the Old Testament, but and the Christians say that's supposedly that's Lucifer, I guess. But yeah, so it's whether Lucifer appears in the Old Testament and whether there's a heaven and a hell in the Old Testament.
Well, the answer to your question is no.
I suspected that.
Well, he literally asked like 6 questions in one. So there.
It's just is Lucifer in the Old Testament, and is there a heaven and hell in the Old Testament?
I'm not the best one to ask, but I don't believe. Well, Lucifer is not in the Torah. I can tell you that. And uh, someone's got a hot mic, but we'll work through it. And hell, the actual place of hell, is not in the Old Testament either. They do talk about a bad place, but they don't talk about like the underworld of fire and burning. No, Lucifer and hell are not in the Torah.
Yeah, that's what I suspected. Thank you. Because again, I know there's a talking snake in the Old Testament, and the Christians interpret that.
Well, let's
I
just
think,
a
well,
minute on that one
yeah,
before we. I'll let Andy take it first. Go ahead,
well,
Andy.
okay. I think Lucifer's mentioned. I think the name Lucifer is in the Old Testament. I don't think it's in Genesis though. if you want to look for weird stuff, look in Isaiah. There's a bunch of weird, or Daniel. Like okay, I'm not 100% on this, and I'm driving right now, but I think that the name Lucifer is mentioned, but that it might just be some weird translation. I think a lot of this stuff got retconned back. I think the idea of heaven and hell and the idea of like Satan, these ideas I think crystallized in time throughout Jewish history and throughout Christianity. And I think they borrowed a bunch of like Greek ideas and some Zoroastrian ideas. And then I think a lot of what we think now comes from like Dante and stuff. And then we look back and you're like, oh, that word, that must have been Satan. So we're going to put Satan in. So I, I think the translations maybe have gotten, like retconned in a way. But I, I still think, I think the name
Wait, what was
Lucifer is
that
in
word? Retcon?
retcon
Oh, that means retroactive what?
continuity.
Continuity, yeah.
It's like, yeah, when
Right.
Obi-Wan said he didn't know
Yeah, I
R2D2,
know.
what he really meant was blah, 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 that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
go first. You're the expert on
Yes,
Judaism.
I agree with what you said. And in fact, while you were talking, I'm on Google right now. Take it for what it's worth. Answer: no. Lucifer is not mentioned in the Torah. The term Lucifer is a Latin word, not a Hebrew one, which appeared in early Christian Bible translations, such as the King James Version, to translate the Hebrew phrase Hillel ben Shakar.
Benjamin.
So yeah, and I did say that hell and Lucifer are not in the Torah, but there are phrases that talk about a bad place, but not the devil and not the place of hell. Yes, I agree with.
CM, what did you want to ask?
No, he was just saying some, I guess, Greek name for Lucifer, and sounded like he was saying Benjamin, but it was Ben something else.
No, I say Benji from now on. It started 30 minutes ago. It's Benji.
I like Uncle Benji.
he's gonna get out of the business of being ridiculed for not being able to
That's
pronounce
right.
his
Now, if someone wants me to accuse me of mispronouncing Benji, go for it.
name.
I like Benjamin.
I get it. I get it, Steve. I get it. I get it.
Benji was a scruffy little dog of uncertain parentage.
John, come up, join the evening fun. Yeah, I mean, look, the first scene in Genesis is going to have somebody talking to Eve and doing the whole temptress thing. That's largely believed to be the same character that we call Lucifer in Christianity. But I don't buy this notion that just because it was in a different language, it's not in the Bible. I think that's not what they call honest interlocutor. But interestingly enough, Job is the first book of the Bible. Well, another way to say this is Job is the oldest book in the Torah, and there's definitely a conversation between God and this other dude who is like pretty obviously antithetical to God. So what do we want to make of that? I don't know.
There's definitely an evolution of the whole concept of God. I mean, there's
So I mean,
in the Old
yeah,
Testament, there's
like
stuff
I
like
thought the
it's plural,
devil and
right?
all
The
that
gods.
was
There's a lot of
like
like
this New
we and
Testament
this stuff.
invention. Because from what I read, the Old Testament, it seems like God was both like the protagonist and the antagonist. But then when they got around to the New Testament, they created this new character called the devil, and now it was like a big cosmic holy war between God and the devil in the New Testament.
Just driving by my local Trump rally.
Damn. Nice.
Yeah, didn't expect that. That brightened my day.
John, what do you think of the whole information theory? Maybe you didn't. I'm not sure if you heard much of that earlier, but
Oh, I've just been in for a couple minutes, so I've been in and out all day.
I think that's a really interesting topic, like, and a confusing topic. The idea of information and entropy and data and meaning. It's too bad we have to have it in the form of a really stupid conversation about religion.
Oh, was this
But
the Rock having information about? Was
that whole
this
damn
that
thing.
thing?
Yeah,
I heard part
probably don't need to get into it now.
This guy was saying all information is subjective. Like, wow.
because different rocks don't have the same information.
Oh, not even. It was just information depends on minds, basically. Or what was it? It's
Yeah,
in
like
the.
information comes from mind, and then as if to say that all information comes from mind, which is stupid.
And I know T wanted to concentrate on Shannon. What that
Well,
means, frankly.
I'm confused. So let's make this really simple. Can you name one piece of information that does not come from a mind?
No, okay, but that's obvious. As in, it's like
Well,
saying
if it's
Walter
obvious,
words
then
come
then
from
then the statement is true.
Again, that's not how we use it.
No, no, no. There's
Can,
some.
can I just
There could be information in computers that don't
A
come from minds.
mind.
For example, it could be information
How does the
and
information get into the computer?
uh, AI can generate
Yeah,
information.
And how does
it's encoded
information
in the
get to
CPU.
AI?
It's
I
encoded
had
in the
what
It's
CPU.
generated by AI.
And
I had
how
Doesn't
what I
does
does
thought
it
was a
get to
better.
AI originally?
Well, computers are
doesn't get to
man-made,
AI
so
is
Okay, tell you what,
generated by
I will
it.
just make the statement. I won't ask questions. Every piece of information that AI has was generated by a human mind.
I don't know that.
No,
No.
Oh, here
AI
we
was
go.
trained
I
by
feel kind of
human
wait,
bad.
wait,
minds. It doesn't generate information. AI can come up with completely new information that exists on any mind. A completely new poem. No mind thought of it.
I feel
I
kind of bad about diving back down this
Yeah,
rabbit
the,
hole.
the only reason
yeah.
that I
Oh,
brought up Shannon information is because
Oh boy.
one of the definitions that he wanted to use was information, which is that which reduces B, which is Shannon information. So what he's doing there is he's smuggling in Shannon information as the definition that he wants to use, and then later just changing the definition.
T, what was
That's
that?
exactly right.
Fundamentally,
T, what was that phrase you
that's
used?
right.
I never heard that before. Did you say channel information? What did you say?
Shannon,
Shannon,
Shannon. Shannon was a
the name
famous
of a
scientist
person.
who developed a series of theorems to
Elog
describe
T.
the limits of information as regards to entropy. And what he was doing was, so specifically, he was describing the maximum rate at which a channel could communicate information would necessarily be limited by entropy. That is to say, that the amount of information could never exceed the amount of entropy.
Thank you. It's one thing I've always loved about T. I ask him a direct question. He gives me a direct answer. I love.
Before we get into into those weeds, I want to give Steve some credit. Actually, when Steve said Lucifer doesn't exist in the Torah, um, it's kind of interesting because a lot of projection has happened that allows the Torah to look like a Christian text. But well, I would say maybe a Zoroastrian text. But in any case, it's really not that thing, right? Like the God, the Yahweh, is a storm war god. He's not a moral god. He's not a god of morals. He's just a storm god. And the notion of Satan in the Torah is better understood to be the accuser. And there's this notion that the accusers are not somehow fallen evil. They didn't come from a state of perfect good to a state of evil. That concept is lacking. Instead, they're just minions of the storm god
whose job it is to challenge the faithful. And so they poke and they prod and they see who is faithful, but they are working for the storm god. They are not um, in any way, what would the word be? They're not rebels. They just have roles. Their role is like the prosecutor. Their job is to test whether or not Abraham has the faith or whomever. So I think that what happens, and by the way, it is also not a monotheism. The storm god is one of many gods. Baal is another god. All the other gods around them are gods, and the first commandment is not evidence of a monotheism, it's evidence of a pluralistic deity, pluralistic uh, deism, if you will, lots of gods, with some kind of special commitment to one of them. But a special commitment to one of many gods is not monotheism. That's a polytheistic religion. More specifically, it's a henotheistic religion, which is a belief that everybody has their own God, and that tribe over there has their God, and we have our God, and our God pays attention to us and puts us first, and they have their God, and presumably their God puts them first. And when we go to war, it's not just us fighting, but our gods are fighting. And if our God is more powerful, then we'll win. It's a very complicated non-Christian model. And we look back on this model and we project it all, and we do that thing that Andy said. We retcon it, right? And we retcon it into Christianity, and that's why Steve has a good point there.
Well, I think people tend to look at it like, well, when they must have meant this. We'll just replace our word. But even I grew up in Christianity, and I think there was some understanding of this. Like when we read the oldest books in the Old Testament, there was an understanding that like that was sort of a different thing than the ancient Israelites and what they believed. Like it was an evolving thing. But there's this idea that, well, this was the one God all along. But they didn't see it that way. They weren't really in on it yet. Um, but it's in the same way. Modern Christianity is way different than third century Christianity. So it's not that uncommon, really. Um, but yeah, it was. I think it was definitely. I don't know what the word you use. It was a sort of polytheism. I mean, he talks about being
Henotheistic,
jealous of other gods yeah, a lot of
henotheism,
plural
Heno,
languages. Heno,
yeah,
henothism.
henotheism.
Well, that's my word of the day.
Yeah, and I
There you go.
appreciate what Hero is saying, because I think that reducing Christianity to a retcon really does miss the actual nuance of the evolution of the belief system, which is rich with history, tradition, and the people who backed the movement, right? And sort of like the start of the um, all but Yahweh, right? The Yahweh is the only one that's worthy of worship, and how that in turn evolved into this idea of Yahweh alone. That's what it was. How Yahweh alone evolved into the idea of there is only Yahweh, right? That was the leap that got made somewhere along the way, and now modern Christians have just completely forgotten that leap, right?
So in my telling of this transition, this is primarily Zoroastrian, which sort of offers a monotheistic model with lesser players, a dualistic system, a dualistic monotheism, you might call it, where there's like one main God who is good and one secondary God who is evil. And there is this conflict between good and evil. And that conflict, I think, is almost entirely missing in the Torah. but every modern Christian Western person thinks in terms of these conflicts. So I just think we've cribbed Zoroastrianism and kind of pasted over a bunch of religions so that we could create a unified story. But to your point, T, a lot of story melting happened, and I think that story melting was very strategic. A perfect example is the 12 Days of Christmas. There was a group of people who celebrated Christmas on the 24th of December, and another group of people who celebrated it on the 6th of January. And they could fight about this forever until somebody figured out a compromise, which is to say Christmas is 12 days long, and you're both right. And now you have a group of people who are cooperative rather than constantly competitive and at each other's throats. And that has strategic advantages in a culture. So I think that religion is a technology that is used to create cultures.
It's almost like it undergoes evolutionary development, with the traits being passed on to new generations and then acted upon by selection pressures by the environment. And those selection pressures in turn select for those traits which are beneficial for passing it on.
Like a gene or a mind gene or a meme or something.
Yeah, I think this is called social evolution. I don't have any qualms with
Actually,
social evolution.
in philosophy, there's a word for this. It's called syncretism. Syncretism. Basically, it's just the idea that you express, Benjamin, like, different belief systems and traditions and cultures, they blend together. Sort of, they form some kind of synthesis between them, and you get this weird thing that is Christianity.
Yeah, I love the story melting term. I had not heard that before, but I thought it was literally the perfect metaphor because the sort of, the imagery that gets invoked is you take story A and you throw it in a pot, you take story B and you throw it in a pot, you melt them down and you mix them together, and you get story C. And that's quite literally how it works, right?
Yeah, but more interesting, and T, I think you can appreciate this more than anybody else in the room, is that at the front end, what's happening looks a lot to me like what happens in Bitcoin, which is that storytellers, bullshit artists like myself and yourself and everybody else who is yarning about, is really doing what Bitcoin miners do, which is we say, how about this story? I get a Bitcoin, and also it solves this problem. And you basically are trying to see if other people will agree that your story, your little additional, your little meaning making contribution sort of adds value to the overall thing. And if it's so, then they pick it up and they tell it again, and it becomes a meme, as Andy said. And if that meme sticks, well, in the case that it's exclusive, right? Bitcoin is always exclusive. In other words, I can't solve the chain and have my coin at the end, and somebody else solve the chain and have their meme at an end for very long, because then you would have a fork in Bitcoin, and eventually the community is going to pick one side of the fork or the other because these are always mutually exclusive. So we have these like long collection of mutually exclusive stories and a community that is like either merging to a single story or they're diverging. And I think there's a lot of divergence has happened.
Well, yeah, there's the merging is when the longer chain wins. That's the merging, right? And then the diverging is when somebody says, fuck you, I'm going to go make Litecoin. That's the diverging.
Well, I don't know that, like, I would distinguish point A from point B there in this way, that in biblical text, a lot of times they fork without starting from scratch. Like they keep the whole long, like in Christianity, I think there was quite the consideration about just throwing the Torah under the fucking bus and moving on with a fresh, new, bright, shiny religion. And then there were people that, no, let's keep Bitcoin. We're just going to change it a little bit, whatever. And they kind of forked Bitcoin, but they somehow kept the entire blockchain and became an independent fork with their own version of Judaism, right? They even called themselves the New Jews,
Right. We call
right?
that
Never mind
Bitcoin Gold, right?
I'm not sure what Bitcoin Gold means, but if that's a fork of
That's a
Bitcoin,
fork of
then
Bitcoin, famously
yeah.
airdropped to Bitcoin holders. And then the new, it was weird, right? But they made their money by forking Bitcoin and making a new Bitcoin, what's considered a mainline fork, which miners mine, and it's called Bitcoin Gold, and it does not follow.
Is
It's supposed to follow Satoshi's original vision as opposed to the modern Bitcoin.
so is Satoshi's initial Bitcoin to himself a part of the blockchain for
For
Bitcoin,
Bitcoin Gold,
Bitcoin
yes, it
Gold?
is. Yeah, so Satoshi
Right,
owns the
right. So see,
original. Yeah, on
that's
Bitcoin.
a really proper fork. That's
That's a
so
proper
antithetical
fork,
to
right? Yeah.
the whole metaphor. Now, what happens if we get multiple forks? What if Russia says, "Well, I don't like your rules. We're going to fork Bitcoin," and China says, "Well,
It's happened a couple
we're
times,
forking."
right? And just there's only a few that have really stuck over time, and that's just people eventually chains tend to die off when they're proof of work. They tend to either become proof of stake in some way, and then we're just not even talking about Satoshi's original vision at all, right?
But in cases like that, do Bitcoin owners from the previous fork continue to own Bitcoin in the new fork as well, like the same
Yeah,
number?
yeah,
Or
exactly. Like
okay, whether or not anybody will give them cash for it is a
is a
different question, I
whole
guess.
nother story.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
So
where
it
the
may be
market
maybe
crash comes
worthless.
in, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it may all be worthless.
But now, in order to truly buy Bitcoin, you have to buy it in both markets simultaneously, or not. God only knows.
Or the
That
new
depends on what you're
the
calling
alternate
true
fork just
true
gets ignored.
Bitcoin. Yeah, this is what you're
But
calling true Bitcoin, right? If you're calling true Bitcoin, then you're talking about the original chain, BTC. If
but
you're talking
just
about the fork, you're talking about BTCG, which is just a separate ticker, right?
to get back to, and I think this might be helpful to John because John kind of, to me, sounds a little bit um, nervous about this process. When Donald Trump
You
is
think
seeming
John needs a little help? So
well,
that's what you're saying.
so the
John
point is
Benjamin's
that
going to help you out a little.
Help the
when
old
people
man.
are
Help the old
selling,
man. Can you just take my arm, Sonny, and get me
This is
across
going
the
to be a
street?
laying on of hands.
I'm going to mansplain a little bit here. Do exactly what I. So you can call me out, Andy, if I mansplain too much. But the idea I was trying to express with T is that when we yarn and we make up stories and we bullshit and we say this is the framing, this is what's going on. Even if it, like I have the biggest rally ever, like we're putting in that Bitcoin at the end and hoping that it solves some problem and people will adopt it and kind of weave it into the blanket. And of course it's bullshit, but the argument is like our whole story of humanity is bullshit, and at every stage somebody sewed some bullshit into that story. And so when we see somebody actually making a cake, right, or making the sausage would be a better example, we're horrified. We're horrified that somebody would put lies into our sacred history. But the truth is the history has been made in a sausage machine the whole time. And you've just believed that there's a thing called history where we quote get right what happened in the past, but we don't get it right. And so when you see somebody in the modern era doing exactly that, which is shoving more sausage into the sausage machine, you're horrified. And I'm just trying to say that's what's always been happening. I don't know why you're suddenly shocked now.
Okay, but that's the existential horror view is reducing it to to that, because what you're ignoring in doing so is that it happens to be resistant to Sybil attacks, right? Where the
Wait,
value of
it's
creating an
resistant
attack
to
on the network,
Sybil? What kind of attack? Sybil?
Sybil,
Sybil
SYBIL,
attack.
Sybil attack,
Uh-huh.
Some Shepard.
Yeah, what's that?
attack in which, less than 51% of the network try and change the values of a ledger, right?
Right.
And so the value in the network is that attacking the network would cost you more than the exploit that you would gain from it. And so in being Sybil attack resistant, it has sort of this extrinsic value that we put on it when telling this fictitious story about our money, right?
No, I understand, but don't you think that human stories are not Sybil resistant?
Oh no, just the blockchain is, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, humans have no resistance to this shit.
humans have
I
humans have a very, very low Byzantine general problem, right?
I think that
Yes.
it is reductive what you're saying because uh, you can say, well, like for example, politicians. You brought Donald Trump. Like, yeah, all politicians lies. All politicians lie. For example, so you could argue that Donald Trump is the same as everybody else. However, I don't. I think that that's like a big simplification. Like, you need to take into account, like, why does he lie? How much does he lie? All of that needs to be taken into consideration to make a good assessment to see, like, just say call everything is bullshit because everybody does it versus how much, why is he lying? What is the motivation? How often does he lie? Right? It's not the same, right? If a politician lies because he wants to say try to bring the good mood to the country, right? Versus someone lies because they wanna steal money. It's a big difference between those two things.
Okay, so you're saying I'm a reductionist and that Donald Trump is different because he lies. I agree with you, actually. I don't think the
Or
lying is
you're
what's
saying
different.
he's no different. I thought you said he's no different
Yeah,
because
no,
everybody lies.
I'm saying all of history is a lie. Why are you shocked that Donald Trump is lying? Look, I do think Donald Trump's a bit different. I think that when Nixon lied, he did it in secret. He erased the tapes. He had his inside henchmen, and he would conspire with them and do it in that way. I think one of the things that's unique about Donald Trump is he no longer feels the compunction to hide who he is as a liar. It's like my friend Mandami. He says he's not just a Muslim, right? He doesn't just have this affinity for 15 uh, a fifth century pedophile. No, he's a fucking proud Muslim, and he is proud to be affiliated with a fifth century pedophile. And I think it's that proud. And I think this happens all the time. All kinds of people are ashamed of what they are, who they've done, things. And then Steve comes out and says, I don't care what you do in your backyard with the goats, right? He's proud and loud about, like, it's just fine. So I think that Donald Trump is loud and proud, about being a politician in the way that every other politician has been coy and quiet about them being a politician. By being a politician, I don't mean they have their name on the ballot. I mean being a lying sack of shit.
The-
And I
Now
think
you're
that
now you're quoting Louis C.K.
Yeah, the
Nice.
only problem with what you said, Benjamin, is that I know for a fact that not every single politician in the history of politics has lied. That's fact.
I doubt you know that as fact.
No, I know it as a fact.
Eh,
Because
okay.
all I have to, Benji, all to do is bring up one politician in the 250-year history of politics, one politician that has not lied and prove it up, and then you're wrong.
I mean, one of them said he couldn't tell a lie, so there you go.
Yeah, we'll
So
wait for your proof. I
do you
think.
still want to stand by that, Benji, that every single politician in the past 250 years has lied? You still want to double down on that one?
It's pretty safe.
Every single one?
It's a pretty safe bet.
It's a pretty yeah. I'm gonna stick with my bet
I mean,
there.
it's on you to come up with an example, Steve. If
Fine,
that's you know,
I'll be happy to.
Here, look,
we'll be here.
Well, I guess
look. Here's the bet. Here's the bet that I'll make with you, Steve. I'll bet you can't prove that there's one single person, much less a politician, who lived their entire life without lying, as long as they lived
I
longer
was
than they
referring
say.
to in politics. I wasn't referring to a kid. I was referring to
It,
somebody in politics while in the scope of their political life.
Oh well, now who wasn't being specific?
You know what? Forget it. I forget it.
yeah, Steve. I think they all lie. John, are you there? Did that help the old man cross the road a little bit? Did John have an aneurysm? I don't want to shock him. Hey, Romero.
Hello.
John, are you there? Welfare check. Agent
Benjamin,
Dr.
why do you
John.
say that all history is a lie? Are you talking?
Does anybody want to explain to William why all history is a lie? I feel I'm parched.
I mean,
Well,
if
well,
you're
all
talking
history
about
is not a lie. All history is not a lie. It's not true statement.
It's not a just saying, yeah.
if you're talking about how history is a more of a narrative than just the facts, right? Okay, we could have a philosophical conversation about that, but there's a lot of factual information woven into history, right? And there are some things that are exaggerated, some things that are uh, less factual, um, and a lot of it is about supporting a narrative. And so, but to say that all history is a lie, that rings untrue to me. Some history is a lie. Some history is accurate.
Yes, I'm forced to agree with the mayor Romero. In fact, I'll double down that some history is factual. For example, it just came to my mind the stock market. You can take the history of the stock market. You can go back the entire this year, last year, decades, 10 years. The closing price of the stock market and what the stocks did on that day is factually correct. It's not a lie. What about the weather? The weather report in specific parts of the world. That's going to be factually correct also. That's not a lie. Whether or not well, that's part of weather. I'll have to think of something else.
I don't think the weather is what we think of when we say history, but I hear you.
Really? Really, Benji,
The first thing,
I thought they dealt with historical weather every day because they say today's weather has broken a new record.
the
Weather is
first thing you
absolutely
said,
history. And
the first thing you said is a tautology.
And in fact, the weather
Steve,
argue.
I think you're just talking over me, but
Well,
I'll
that's
let you
because you
finish.
interrupted me, but you're the super mod, so
Maybe.
interrupt me and I'll wait till you.
I was just going to say, I thought your first example was a tautology. And the second example with the weather, okay, that's record keeping, has its own problems. No evidence that it's great,
But I mean,
but
Benjamin, a
I
good
don't know.
example would be just like American history versus like, have you ever read the People's History of the USA?
I haven't.
It's a good book. It offers potentially a more accurate history about what happened during
So,
those
what do
years.
you think about the? Wasn't it like the 1886 project or something? I think I have there 1492 project. I forget.
Benji, the fact of the
Um,
matter is, when it comes to news, arguably the most important thing in the news is the weather. When people wake up and they hear the news, they want to know what the weather is outside. The weather is on every single newscast. The weather is extremely important. I'm shocked that you would minimize it.
Not that I have any love for Benjamin or his positions, but if I were to steel man Benjamin's position, I think what I would say is I would say something like history is reconstructed after the fact. And sometimes it's reconstructed more carefully than other times.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Sounds
Yeah,
good to
I
me.
think
Sounds
I
good to me.
think nobody's arguing that history sometimes is wrong. I guess the argument is like saying that everything is a lie. That's the argument. So unless he wants to rectify and say, yeah, I'm not saying that everything is a lie. It's it's a very radical or extreme position to say that everything is wrong in history. It's just not true.
Yeah, not everything in history is a lie. Everything in history books and our knowledge of history is filtered, right, through people's opinions, theologies, whoever's in control at the moment. That is true.
Some things actually, but I mean, for example, if someone says, "Well, there was a pandemic," right? There was a pandemic that of a virus called COVID-19. I mean, it's like it's a fact.
Yeah, correct. Right. The narrative part comes when someone says, "Oh, it was bioengineered by China and Wuhan lab,"
Sure,
and somebody else says, "Well, it was actually bioengineered by Americans in a Wuhan lab." Like that. That's where it gets nebulous and fuzzy, right?
sure, sure. And I think that you
But we can all agree that it was bioengineered in the Wuhan
I mean, the evidence seems to point in that direction.
I'm actually not sure of that. I think there is a possibility of that, but I'm not sure the evidence points in that direction. But we don't we don't have to change the topic though.
No, I think a lot of people in this room have heard me say this before that I firmly believe that humans are a story-based species. We are comforted, we are pushed forward, we are propelled in life by stories. And I think history is very much a story. It just happens to coincide with a lot of facts as well.
Okay, just to give an example, and I thought T did pretty well, and I appreciate that T because. All right, I think there's not a history that has sort of been more studied, more photographed, more what's distributed than the Holocaust. Okay, this is the chief violence of World War II. Somebody wants to pick a better example, feel free. But in the meantime, does
Jesus.
somebody want to tell me? Does somebody want to tell me how many people died in the Holocaust?
A shit ton.
6 million. It's
I'll go
6
with
million plus or minus some number.
13 million.
Okay, so you see right there, we're off by a factor of two in our agreement on understanding of the single most important historical event ever. It
It's
just
pretty
simply not
close.
my case. Can we move
Factor of
on?
two is it's not far off.
It's pretty
It's
close.
I don't know.
But I mean,
Does anybody want to know?
but most people agree that the evidence points that a lot of people died.
yeah. So you can start discussing about the numbers, right? And you know that that will be hard to be accurate. But the point is, like, would you argue that a lot of people were killed just by being Jewish or something like that? Do you disagree with that historic fact, or or you think that Holocaust did happen?
Well, the way you get to 13 from 6 is you add all the Poles and the
Right.
Hungarians
Yeah.
and
The Eastern
and
killings. The
this
Eastern killings.
I just learned this recently. Jehovah's Witnesses apparently were a part of the group. I had no idea. I didn't know they existed in Germany back then, but
Jehovah's
apparently,
Witnesses, gays,
yeah.
transgendered people, gypsies.
Yeah. You get to the other 60% of the
I mean,
Holocaust.
I
Yeah.
think there was 20 million Russians that died, right? So you will be more than 13. Yeah,
Though that
more
was,
than 13.
I mean, there's a bit of a difference between combat and like civilian death. So, but there were a ton of Soviets killed like in camps and stuff like that too. Um, why is Joe giving me a thumbs down? I don't think it's that controversial. But if you add combat deaths and stuff, and of course the Soviets that the Soviets killed, then you got the whole Soviet Holocaust too. But then you're up into the multiple tens of thousands.
Okay. But again, the
Wait,
question
never
of
mind.
like the question of how many people died as an argument of like, hey, you see, like nobody really knows like the history, like how many people died. That's not a very strong argument. Like we can go with the fact like did the Holocaust happened, right? That's that. Do you
We
disagree
don't
with
even have a
that, or
shared
you?
definition of the Holocaust. We don't
Okay, so
have a
you're
shared
is your
definition of how many people died.
whatever you think it is, do you think that it didn't happen? Whatever you think of of the Holocaust, World War II Holocaust, you think that
Well, I've actually been to Auschwitz and seen the ovens and the
yeah,
showers.
okay, that was not the
So I'm
question. The
not
question
gonna
is
doubt like that,
okay, you're so we
right?
agree that it's like a fact.
Yeah, but my point is we can't wrap our minds around a single story about the artifacts that we find there. We just don't know how to tell history without with consensus or
Y-
coherence.
yes, we yes we do by being general with the
Oh,
details, right? That's how we do
well,
that.
maybe,
And then
maybe.
when we get into the nuance of it, that's where the disagreements happen between the experts.
Okay,
Hey
I
man,
thought that was a
between
pretty
the
strong
experts is
example, to be
like
honest.
really really narrow though. Like they'll if you, yeah, you okay, you're reading the historiography of of the death camps or something like that, and they're arguing about like actuals, and I guess maybe you're objecting to the fact that there's like a margin of this is not margin, there's like a confidence interval for certain statements that
Right.
are made when you're trying to construct a narrative about any kind of like
But it's
historical
not
event.
just the
But that's
confidence
that's
error.
to
Let me
me
speak to
you could
that.
at least
Well,
be you
I'm
could be
interrupting you, and I
historian
apologize. Go
historians
ahead.
at least try to say that something is in there's some true value, there's some true mean between like some bounds, and they know that for sure. And so yeah, I mean that's it. And sometimes it's really small, like the bullet did hit Kennedy in the head, so I mean,
It
or
sure
something
did.
else. Yeah.
But also
Yeah.
like the decimation of indigenous peoples in the Americas by Europeans, like that also happened, right? And again, the same problem will happen with the Holocaust that happens with the massacre, the genocide of indigenous peoples in the Americas. That once you get to the count, numbers are going to change, right? Depending on who's counting or what evidence they have. But we
Yeah, but
know that this thing actually happened.
Yeah, you can argue about
this
the
is that's what
definitions of things and what numbers to put in what columns and what counts as this and what counts as that. But if you're not going to put those numbers here, you got to put them somewhere else. That's all. But no one's really arguing about the order of magnitude of the numbers, right? Like that. That's all.
Yeah.
It's pretty, and it's converged, and people. But I mean, there are historians who continue to argue one way or the other, and but that's what historians
not the
do.
And
So
market.
bless them for having tenure.
yeah,
No, but I mean, so the problem that I'm having right now with Benjamin, not really a problem. It's just like I something that I acknowledge of Benjamin, that he wants people to define words, yet he's not willing to define the thing for the conversation, right? So like if you want to take hold of the horse and tell us what your definition of the Holocaust is, okay, well then we can have a shared definition that you provide. Right. But if all you're saying is, well, I don't know what you really mean when you say the Holocaust because I mean something different, it's like, okay, well, there's an easy solution for that.
tell us what you mean.
That's right. I mean, and this happens all the time with like the free will argument, right? Like I get in trouble with some people because I say that like to me free will doesn't exist because the times that I've been sick to my stomach and I'm shitting and puking at the same time, there's no amount of free will that's going to stop that from happening. But that's not necessarily what some people mean when they say free will, right? So like my position of free will is like what points of movement and what control can I have over my environment, right? So can I jump over the moon? No, right? I need a rocket for that. So like, and are these things based on the antecedent that just happened? Yes. So then things are deterministic in that sense, even though I am an agent that makes choices. Everything that's
Can I
happened informs that.
can I speak to two issues? I thought T raised a good point, which is that we kind of have a sense of history within the bounds of a confidence line, and I think he's using a kind of an instrumentalist approach there. I certainly have
Yep.
used instruments that have a confidence level, and that's a thing. But here's the problem: the instrument may not have a bias, and I think that the problem is we have some confidence errors in history, and then we have biases, and the biases are really leaning hard in most cases on those confidence levels. And so we think that we have a value in the middle of the confidence level when really what we're doing is we're pushing so hard on that lever that it's almost not even representative anymore. But that's one thing. To speak back to my example,
Can I
the
ask you something before
when
you
they put
proceed?
up
I'm
a
sorry.
no, when they put up the memorial, and I've been there, the Holocaust Memorial in Germany, the Holocaust Memorial, right? There's the stacks of the bricks represent the number of the dead, and the organization of the bricks represents the time. And so, as you enter in, the stacks are small, and then suddenly the stacks are really quite large. And then as you exit, the stacks become smaller again, and you kind of appreciate by walking through it that there was this experience of steadily the dead count was going up, and then of course it declined. All right, if that represents the 12,000, that's great. uh, if that represents the 6,000, then what what are we doing to memorialize the other 6,000
Millions, not
that
thousands.
yeah, millions, thanks. The other 6 millions that died, are they is it the case that we have 15 Holocaust memorials around the world, none of which recognize the Roma and the handicapped and the other people that were killed in the same furnace, in the same oven, in the same train at the same time? That would be weird to me. So, and yet you'll find people that will, in fact, if you go to Wikipedia right now, it'll say Holocaust definition, the death of 6 million Jews. That's weird. That to me looks like a group of people who are
Well, so
sitting with as much pressure as they can on the scale to ensure that somehow what people like them are remembered in their death and people who are not like them are forgotten. That's some fucking weird history work. And I don't think that it's
Really?
like our best effort to remember history. I think it's our best fucking effort to forget history and reinterpret it. Okay, William, go ahead.
I think I think okay, so the Jewish people, so their understanding of the event and the importance it has for them, uh it influences it interacts with, and it's entangled with like the historical record that's perpetuated by people who are like experts. And so
Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking. Oh, William, thank you. You're back. William, let me just explain what happened. Uh, somebody said something in the chat, and because his icon kind of looks like yours, I thought it was you, and that was my mistake, and I cut you off. Will you continue and forgive me my error?
so I just was did you hear? Okay, so I was just saying that each group of people that comes together can make for themselves a narrative and story as they must, and narrative and story will I think is kind of like a mythology. It has facts in there, but it's meant to serve other kinds of purposes that are distinct from what experts do when they're studying history. And yeah, so when we talked about like the biasing when people are studying history or working through evidence, I think that the way that you try to deal with the fact that there could be different kinds of interpretations is that you have a really large number of people who are looking at a single event, because when you collect all them together and you aggregate them, you're going to find that and that takes time. That's a process that takes time, but they eventually converge. There's eventually a synthesis over time, even if you have different historical camps. Right there, and like when people study I'm sure you studied like
Well, this
the
is
yeah.
John's theory that over time all errors work themselves out. I don't believe it for a minute, actually, especially in the case of
I
history. I think
I'm
that go ahead. I think the longer we live with a historical error, the more attached to that error we become. I don't think
it
it's the
depends on
case.
which domain, like, right,
Well,
because
maybe
remember
it does. But
think
T, you
about
came off
the
mic
Civil
and then I
War.
didn't hear you. Did you have a
Think about the
thought?
Civil War. Oh, I'm sorry. The Civil War is a great example. There was like a
Okay.
school of historians who had a particular interpretation of the Civil War and of the state of um, slaves, the happy slave, the slave who had an affectionate and companionate relationship with his master, and the disruption to a settled and a venerable way of life that was forced upon the Southern people by the Northerners, and then then you have people who came and reinterpreted or looked at the historical record and tried to correct it. So over time, that error, which really was something that was widely dispersed, was corrected. That would be an immediate example that comes to mind. So I think now it's not to say that that correction is diffused throughout the entire population, because I'm sure if you go to the South, like in Arkansas, and you go to Little Rock or somewhere around Camden, you're going to find people who still kind of hold to the a different version of events. But yeah, that doesn't mean that there hasn't been a correction in the expert domain. Listen,
Okay, I saw T maybe had a comment. I don't know if he still does. I'd like somebody to assure me that over time, uh, history is going to fix itself and we're going to know the truth. I was very excited recently, very excited about um,
Wait, who said that?
anthrop.
I don't never. You said that.
That's John's law. John's law is that at least in the case of
Oh,
science,
I've
eventually
never.
all the errors will get sorted
Okay,
out, and
well,
we'll.
science is not history.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So I never
I
heard John
generalized
say
it.
that about history. Yeah,
I
you gotta stop
generalized
doing
it.
that. You gotta stop attributing words to people. It's not
Yeah,
cool.
that's
Well, let me
not
say it this way. That
that's
that reminds
dishonest.
me. Look, let me restate it then. That reminds me of the way John feels about science. I think that's a fair way to put it.
Okay.
Thanks. Um, I have been very excited recently about the possibility of genomics, and there's a way to say this, like anthropology, anthropological genomics, some nice contraction of those terms. And I was hopeful that this would be an opportunity to kind of correct a great deal of the record. And I've largely been disappointed. I mean, I think there's some things
I'm so sorry, I
that,
don't want to interrupt, but I think the anthropological.
well, anthropological is the start, but I think there's a special word that speaks to the use of genome work in
Or
doing anthropology.
etymological.
No, no, no. But I don't know. It hasn't really panned
I'm
out, and
so
I think
sorry.
that to some extent it can just reinterpret our earlier mistakes. I'll give you an example of why. Um, if a lot of people submit their genes and then they say what they are or where they're from or some version of this, and other people do as well, then what we can do is we can co-locate, we can cluster the unknowns with the knowns. But the problem is we don't really have good labeling for the knowns.
I think also
So
the issue is that
we're just
oh,
we're reifying our earlier uh, categories, if you will. And so we may not be adding so much value to this as one would thought. But maybe there's value here. All right, B. Welcome. You're new.
first of all, I'm so sorry. I was so like abrasive, like a somebody pirate. So sorry. Hi everyone. How's your day going? Less abrasive.
We're getting by. We're also
Glad to hear
tired
it.
out that we've been doing difficult work for hours,
What's difficult work?
trying to parse the claim that all information is subjective, for example.
That's not difficult. That means you're just talking to stupid people, and that's a personal problem. You see?
Hmm.
No, that's it. I'm just English. Sorry. We just we should learn decorum. Well, not decorum. Look. I get your point
I thought
completely.
decorum was what the English people
No,
specialize
no,
in.
no. We're just you guys are overly, how do I say, polite. It's like, for example, a nod and a smile is okay over here, but you guys are like, "How's your day going?" I'm like, fuck off. Why do you care? I don't care. You get me? And I was in New York for 10 years, and going to Texas was the worst part of my life. You smile at a person in Texas, like, "Hi." I'm like, God, the God was not there that day. Apparently,
I will acknowledge, B, that
you get my point.
there is a certain level of engagement that strangers have in different parts of the world. And if you don't calibrate your engagement with strangers, you will come across as a crazy person.
Can I make like a very like dark humor joke?
Yeah, sure.
As a black person in the South, they don't want to talk to me anyway, so I'm good. You can laugh, just don't say with an ER. Just laugh with a A at the end. Also a joke. God, I'm so sorry. I need to learn to.
Wait, did I miss the joke already? I was
The
just
joke was So I was in New York for 10 years. I lived there, and when I went to the South for the first time when I was living there, it was very like it was not even the white people. It was the other black people. No, and not actually the other like other brown and black people. All I'm saying is they have great food, but I'm not going back. Are you playing? Yeah, like what's Hermanos Gutierrez.
sorry, you're what now?
You know the band Hermanos Gutierrez.
No.
You should check them out.
Why?
You the
Tell me
guitar
something
playing
about this.
sounds like them. It's very how do I say it's like the sit. If I was the sitar, I met like Fela Kuti, which do me not mean anything to you at all. Imagine if Bruce Springsteen married Selena. No, not the reference. God damn.
No.
America's a big country.
I don't know who that's like, but I've never seen so many people so quiet. You guys are amazing. Finally put you all to sleep.
Apologies.
No, it's quite all right. I have to sit here and it's hard to hear whom, I wonder.
It's hard to hear what?
Lang is saying it's hard to hear. Well, no, Davy B is saying it's hard to hear.
How's everyone doing?
Joe, we're doing fine. Is it hard to hear? What is hard to
I'm
hear?
hearing everything crystal clear.
All right.
So fair. Cool.
This song is from my friend Agamemnon, whom we had in here today. 5 points to anybody who knows why.
Because it's
Nobody
a
knows.
Babylonian folk song.
You're just one word off. If you can fix that one word, you get the points. No, you're not going to fix the one word. You're not
Well, I
that
got a
far.
little bit of Evita again, and then it veered
Avita?
away. Yeah, I got a little Evita there for a while, and then it veered away
No.
again.
There's no Evita going on there. It's not a musical. It's not even the right time period.
I can't pick anything up.
I'll give you one word. The most popular word in that language is tashik.
Can you play it again?
Something like that. It was a little rough. I'll give you a hint. The capital is on the Danube River.
Can I answer this one?
Sure. Who is this? Richard?
Don't cry for
Budapest?
me, Argentina. No, is it
That's what
Madonna?
I got.
I think
That's
it's
what I got
Madonna.
too. Yeah,
Hmm.
but it isn't. But I got to say he was playing that the other day.
The capital of this country is on the Danube River. That's a
Vienna.
hint. I think Vienna might be
Huh?
at least on the Danube River.
Can you play it again?
Budapest? Hungary?
Yeah, Budapest, Hungary. Hungarian Dances by Brahms.
Okay. Is it Vienna by like Springsteen?
I find
It's played on a
myself
violin.
wanting a classical guitar.
Oh, hey, that's almost a compliment. God damn it!
It's mostly from Dominique Miller, but you're not hurting. Yeah. Ever since you fixed your audio, I've been rather enjoying your playing.
Nobody knows this one, huh?
I love it.
Very recent.
Beautiful.
La La Land. La La Land.
Very nice.
All right, you guys want Evita? I'll give you Evita.
Do a deep cut though.
Now, what does it mean when you say a deep cut?
Anything but "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina."
Well, if you remind me of a song on that record album, I might remember it enough to play it, but I'm kind of weak there. Nothing?
The Evita album.
I'm thinking, what's the song that another suitcase, another hall. Is that another hall?
The
Yeah, that's a
girl
good
from
song.
It's
Ipanema.
a pretty one. I have this idea that all musicals have to have like a pretty song by the marginalized female character as a little outtake.
So there's an interesting musical that does not where the song of the lead female is not the takeaway song of the musical, and that is rare. I think most musicals have a takeaway song that's like the lead female, like you just said. This might be too common. Maybe there's just so many. But I think you're right. What did you just say about the lead female?
Well, no, I'm actually thinking not the lead. What I was saying was like a pretty sweet song by like the marginal female character.
Okay.
There's like some little, like in Les Mis, there's no, I can't remember. I don't know. Jesus Christ. I know way too much about musicals because, and people suspect my sexuality because of this. Because my sister was a super musical theater person, and I spent my entire childhood listening to Cabaret and Evita and all this stuff. I never wanted to be, but I'm weirdly familiar with a lot of this music. Not as, yeah. It's just true. That Evita movie with Madonna was really good, I thought. Another reason, another season for making whoopee. Is that where you're going?
That is the song of the second female in Les Mis.
Okay, you should play. Okay, you should look up
Eponine.
there's a song called Les like Jardin. Sorry.
Oh wait. David's saying Coach is here. Coach, is Coach here, or is that an old comment? Coach, I need some advice. I have
It's not.
$400 to invest.
Sorry. It's not coaching, just more so like inspiration sources.
A little drop of rain can hardly hurt me now. Do you not remember that scene? Oh, you said suitcases in Evita. I don't know if I can find the suitcase, but I feel like I remember it vaguely at least. Suitcase Evita. Suitcase in another hall. That may be a little hard to
You
I
know
don't know
that.
if I could pull that off
You
on the
know that.
guitar.
There's that one scene where what was the politics when all the generals are like moving around, and it's like politics, the art of the possible. That one, and they keep like one by one, they keep getting removed.
Oh, is that right? Dark. I'd be surprisingly good for you.
That's kind of a funny one.
Ah, man, I apologize. Good night and thank you. I don't know that I can dig very deep on that one, but this is kind of a fun. This is kind of a fun song from a musical because it's not the lead. It's not the lead in any respect, but I feel like in many ways it's the lead song. Have you heard that song? Do you know it?
On the street where you live.
Yeah,
Isn't that it?
it is. Yeah. What's funny about that song is that this is a movie that has what's her name in it? Uh, oh, what is her name? She's the lead female. My Fair Lady is the movie.
Audrey
She's in
Hepburn?
Breakfast at, yeah, that's right,
Yeah.
Audrey Hepburn. And of course, she's like this fabulous lead and everything else. But she doesn't sing in her own movies, right? So she doesn't get like the lead, the memorable song. At least not in that movie. I think though in Breakfast for Tiffany, she does get the lead song. I don't know that she sings it. If I recall, she insisted that she sing this song, and she actually did it okay. That everybody should know that one.
Moon River.
Can't
It's
help you if you don't.
yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you for this music.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Sort
Anything
of
new? Did you get a sense?
takes the desire to yell and scream at each other away.
It does actually. You know, you're not wrong. There's a tremendous amount of soul soothing that can be done with music.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I've been listening. I haven't wanted to participate in any of the arguing today. It's like I've been doing opposition research. This is nice.
You know that, Juanito? It's just like a song you've heard before, but you can't remember it.
Right.
It's called Dark Eyes, if you ever want to hear it. And it's just it's a great little folk tune. You can't imagine a song being more perfect. Guess you won't recognize the name of that one, even if you recognize the piece. That's Eastern European.